January 21st out in the great state of Ohio at the hands of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Tonight's opponent at Carver Hawkeye Arena. With less than a month remaining in the race, Purdue remains on the pole. Now it's Northwestern in the outside of lane one, and the rest of the field is all stacked up. Good evening, everybody. From snowy white Iowa City, it's the Hawkeyes and Ohio State. The Hawks at 16-9, 8-6 in the Big Ten, in a fourth-place tie with four other teams. The Buckeyes are 11-14 and 3-11 in league competition. Welcome to the EMC Insurance pregame show. I'm Gary Dolphin, alongside former Hawkeye and NBA star Bobby Hansen. And partner, we've got to start with some very sad news that occurred Monday night. Our hearts bleed with sorrow over the on-campus shooting at Michigan State that took the lives of 3 students. 5 others were critically wounded. Another case of senseless gun violence. Our collective sympathies and prayers go out to the families of the victims and the Michigan State family in general, especially Tom Izzo and the Spartan basketball program. I heard Tom's speech last night. It was riveting. If anybody can unify and at least start the healing process, it's Tom Izzo.
It's going to take time, Gary. And what Coach Izzo means to that community and what he did stepping to the forefront yesterday. But we got word coming out of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey Monday night. I think it occurred about 8:30, and we're on our way home, and you hear about it, and you're like, are you kidding me? Not again? When is this senseless violence going to stop? I mean, it all goes back to mental health, and people need to get people help when it's got to be identified a lot earlier than it is what I'm trying to say, Gary. But I don't have any more words other than, our hearts do go out to the families, and Michigan State will rally around those folks, and time will heal.
Yeah, so many wonderful trips to East Lansing down through the years. A great rivalry in football with the Hawkeyes. Obviously, to the atmosphere at the Breslin Center, it's unmatched. That and Mackey Arena. Of course, we're partial to Carver Hawkeye Arena, but Mackey and Breslin, given the success those two programs have had, Purdue and Michigan State have been something else to behold when you walk into those buildings. It's a beautiful campus. It's just incomprehensible what happened at Michigan State. But all the best to the Michigan State folks and the East Lansing community. As for this game tonight, Bobby, it's hard to figure out what's happened with Ohio State. The Buckeyes haven't won since beating Iowa 93-77 back in mid-January. We know that Chris Holtmann can coach. He hasn't forgotten how to coach. He brought in a lot of new faces, a lot of new pieces this season. Add in some injuries to centerpiece players like Zed Key, and the team just hasn't been in sync.
No, they haven't, Gary. And prior to beating the Hawkeyes back on January 21st over there in Columbus, they had lost 6 in a row. He changed the lineup, put the Likely into the lineup, went with a couple of freshmen in there as well, and they have a superstar in Bryce Sensabaugh, number 10, 6'6", average of 16 points. He's another freshman, so just a lot of new pieces for Chris Holtmann. And after the Iowa game, they go on and lose the next 6. Few of those, 4 of the 6, I believe, were in single digits, Gary. So they've been in these games, and just 1 or 2 things have gone wrong. Not a good shooting team from the outside. They're not a big three-point team. They do their damage on dribble drives. If they drive it, they may kick it out, but Zed Key, Justice Suing inside, will clean up the offensive glass. So the Hawks got to be strong on the boards, but you've got to contain the dribble drivers here, in particular Sensabaugh and Roddy Gale, Bruce Thornton.
The Buckeyes always have that athletic component, that's for sure. Bryce Sensabaugh, you mentioned, he scored 27 against Iowa the first time around. He's an extreme talent. Zed Key has 6 double-doubles to date, one of the league's premier rebounders. This team still has a net ranking of 54, so they play great competition, but Iowa is motivated to return the favor of that loss in Columbus. The Hawks are 12-2 here at home. The only defeats are to Wisconsin in overtime back in early December, and of course Eastern Illinois. How do they win tonight? Well, Chris Murray and Philip Rebraca, per usual, are critical to Iowa's success. Murray's averaging 21 points, 8.5 rebounds. Likewise, a near double-double for Rebraca at 14 and 8. Those two are critical, especially inside when you're battling the likes of Akpaka, the kid who comes off the bench at 6'11", and you mentioned Justice Suing, who can really rebound the basketball.
Yeah, he's a senior. Zed Key, the junior, he goes after it. Just big, wide body, 6'8" Zed Key. The freshman Felix Akpara had 3 block shots in that game versus the Hawkeyes back in January. But Philip will have his hands full once again. He's up to the challenge. Chris Murray, I looked at his stats. He had a good scoring game at Columbus, but he didn't get to the free throw line. So in tonight's game, I'd like to see maybe the Hawks, as they opened up the second half with that design play to get Chris on the low block, got an easy basket. Maybe you use that when they identify a mismatch. Chris gets to the free throw line a little bit more.
Straight ahead on the EMC Insurance pregame show, Iowa, Ohio State. More breakdown of tonight's key matchups. We'll take a trip back in time with the Hawkeye historical moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf. An updated U.S. Bank scoreboard and a visit with the head coaches, certainly. Also, University of Iowa President Barbara Wilson stops by. That's all ahead here over the next hour. We're headed for an 8 o'clock tip for the Hawks and the Buckeyes. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance Companies to protect it. Find your agent at emcins.com. U.S. Cellular is bringing locally grown connections all season long, right to your doorstep. Any phone free for new and current customers. You heard me right. Any phone free courtesy of U.S. Cellular. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands premium sportswear is crafted with attention to detail and uncompromising quality. Inspired by the Midwestern work ethic and with you in mind, Authentic Brand apparel and accessories will make you look, feel, and perform your best. Whether you work in the trades or in the office, Authentic Brand's range of models serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best. Discover the authentic difference and insist on the Authentic Brand label.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Basketball players don't always get a second chance. But now with the Iowa Lottery, basketball fans do. Play Money Madness or Triple Tripler scratch tickets and you could win up to $100,000. Not a winner? Enter your ticket online or scan it in our app and you could win 2 VIP suite seats to see the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Men's National College Basketball Tournament. Play today at any Iowa Lottery retailer and enter your tickets to see March basketball from the suite seats.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/bewell. Federally insured by NCUA.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. That word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
It's the Buckeyes and the Hawkeyes from Iowa City at Carver Hawkeye Arena. community received close to 7-8 inches of snow. At least that's the last update I had today. I know elsewhere around northeast Iowa and eastern Iowa, primarily, some received more, some less. But it was a snowy white day beginning about 3 o'clock this morning. The wind is howling. If you're on your way to the arena, take your time. You'll get here. We'll wait for you. Right now it's time for, on our EMC Insurance pregame coverage, time for our each game Hawkeye historical winning moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. These two have quite the history. 83 victories apiece. But now when you vacate the Ohio State wins from the Big Ten tournament and from some other no-nos, the Hawkeyes have a 3-game advantage, 81-78. So, but either way, it's been airtight throughout the history of this series. That goes back to Don Nelson and John Havlicek and Jerry Lucas. I mean, it's hard to believe. The Hawks, 30 years ago this very night, February 16th, 1993, Iowa was ranked number 20 and defeated Ohio State 68-54. The Hawks improved to 4-5 in the Big Ten, 15-6 overall. Ohio State did hit 11 of 24 from 3, but the Hawkeyes had Val Barnes. And Iowa proved they could do some perimeter shooting as well. Barnes tied his season high with 5 3-point goals, shooting 5 of 10 from beyond the stripe. He had 3 in the first half. That cut into an early Ohio State lead, and his first 3-pointer at the 11:45 mark cut the Buckeye advantage to 2. Ohio State junior forward Jamie Skelton matched Barnes with a 3 to increase the Buckeye lead to 5, and back and forth they went. Iowa pulled away in the second half and wins it 68-54. Val could sink him.
He could sink him, no doubt about it. And you got to remember that was 1993 February, about inside of a month removed from Chris Street's tragedy, the accident, the car accident out there. Those kids were on a mission.
That's our Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and more. Just minutes south of here, south of Iowa City, down at Riverside. Up next, we'll look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard, and we'll hear from University of Iowa President Barbara Wilson. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned business across Iowa. Businesses like Hip Hope, who are hosting the Many Shades of Color Young Women's Conference on March 4th. For more information about this event, be sure to Google Many Shades of Color Conference. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses across all Iowa communities.
Get to the point. 0.99% APR, that is. Open your new home equity line of credit with Community Choice and get a 0.99% APR introductory rate for your first 6 months. Oh, did we point this out? You won't pay closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds from the comfort of your couch. Go to unbankwithus.com. With skyrocketing inflation, there's no point in waiting. Get to the point today. Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject credit approval and analysis.
This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. Welcome back to Iowa City and Carver Hawkeye Arena, where shortly the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Hawkeyes tip-off. Iowa's Philip Rabracha, having a tremendous year, has reached double digits in scoring 17 of 19 games, including 15 points on average in 10 of Iowa's last 15 games. University of Iowa President Barbara Wilson is this week's guest on our Fight for Iowa podcast, and we thought it'd be only appropriate to hear from Barbara for at least a couple minutes during our pregame coverage here of Iowa and Ohio State. Wilson had ideas and a game plan when she arrived a year and a half ago from fellow Big Ten institution, Illinois. Several have been implemented. Others are works in progress. President Wilson and her development team have raised over $400 million aimed at supporting student, faculty, and healthcare initiatives.
We've got such great role models, people who are representing the Hawkeye Nation in such exceptional ways, and not just on the field or the court or in whatever place they compete, but in the community and with young people. And so, you know, what better advocates could we have but amazing student athletes that love the university and that are they're leaders now, and just imagine what they're going to do when they leave us.
Students are under intense pressure. Now you add in social media where everyone has a voice and an opinion, not always pleasant. That boiling pot has created the need for mental health initiatives, and I know the university has been ahead of the curve.
Yeah. Well, and athletics has done a lot of work too, and I do just thank you for asking that question. I like to remind our fans always, these are students. They are young people, and the pressure that they're experiencing because of this exposure is intense, and it can sometimes be so mean. And so I really encourage our people to think about what they're doing and what they're posting in social media in all cases and places, because they're working really hard and they don't have to do this. They want to do it. They want to represent us, and they want to win, and they want to do it right, and we should be supporting them. So that's my little soapbox. But let me talk for a minute about mental health beyond athletics. One of the things we did about a year ago was in recognition of the extreme mental health needs that we have among young people today, is we instituted a new 24/7 365-day-a-year text, chat, phone service for students across this university. And we were responding really to student needs. Students were telling us it's great to have counseling sessions and mental health professionals at 9 o'clock in the morning on a Monday, but we need someone on a Saturday night at 10 o'clock. And 10 p.m. actually, so or midnight. So this is a service that we launched with support of Community, a social service agency in Iowa City, and it's staffed by a professional at all times who understands the mental health needs of students. And in its first year in operation, we had close to 400 calls that were serious needs among students, and sometimes friends of students, sometimes roommates, things like that. But I think it's filling a really important need that we have. And we do many other things, but that's something that we've launched about a year ago.
Indeed, when you think of Spencer Lee, Luca Garza, the Murray twins, Caitlin Clark, Monica Sonano, Addie Kenlin in gymnastics, the great performer she is. What great role models we have at the University of Iowa. Yet everybody needs a push and a help where mental health is concerned. And I thought her interview was so timely given what happened at Michigan State the other night. So always be on the watch and treat people the right way. You never know who you're passing on a normal day. Thanks to President Barbara Wilson. As a matter of fact, she's on our this week's Fight for Iowa podcast. You can hear the entire interview, about 10 minutes, at HawkeyeSports.com and other platforms sponsored by the University of Iowa. Let's look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard. U.S. Bank is focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. One game of interest, big game of interest tonight. Maryland put a 29-4 run on Purdue in the second half, and with a minute 50 to play in the game out in the Xfinity Center out in Maryland, the Terps have a 63-52 lead on number 3 Purdue. Purdue in danger of going down back-to-back games now after the upset loss on the road at Northwestern on Sunday. 63-52, Purdue trailing at Maryland. Iowa women's basketball last night, of course, 91-61 over Wisconsin. Great night for Caitlin Clark. Again, what else is new? As the Hawkeyes keep rolling, 91-61 over the Badgers. 7th-ranked Iowa now travels to Nebraska on Saturday. And Hawkeye Wrestling hosts number 6 Oklahoma State this Sunday afternoon at 3:30. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by State Farm. With surprisingly great rates, State Farm is the real deal. You can get personalized service from your local agent or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. In just a minute, we'll hear from Ohio State head coach Chris Holtmann, courtesy of Grizzly Coolers. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Get in the game with Extreme Internet. Experience speeds up to an incredible 1 gig. Supercharge every room with whole home Wi-Fi 360 Pro and turn your home into the most connected pad on the block. You don't have time to play around with slow, unreliable internet. Get the speed, unbeatable reliability, and game-winning performance you deserve with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Call 8444-FASTER for details. Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hawkeye fans, join Rob Brooks and Lisa Bluter each week from 6 to 7 for Hawk Talk at Bumps Restaurant, presented by Oak Knoll. View the season schedule at HawkeyeSports.com.
Welcome back to the EMC Insurance pregame show. Ohio State in town to take on the Hawkeyes on this wintry February evening. The first meeting between these two this year ended an Iowa 4-game winning streak. That about a month ago. That Saturday afternoon, January 21st, Ohio State just had it going at both ends of the floor and knocked off the Hawkeyes 93-77. The fabulous freshman Bryce Sensabaugh notched a season-high 27 points on 10 of 12 shooting and 4 of 5 from 3. Our chat with Ohio State coach Chris Holtmann is sponsored by Grizzly Coolers. Shop now for Iowa Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware at local retailers and online at grizzlycoolers.com. Grizzly Coolers, bear tough for hunting, fishing, and camping, and built to last for a lifetime of tailgating.
Coach, every team has highs and lows throughout a season. You just hope the highs are a lot longer than the lows. What have the challenges been for the Buckeyes since you were really impressive against Iowa in the first meeting?
You know, we just have not, we did play well in that particular game. We've not scored it great. We've not been able to make shots at the level we needed to, and I think sometimes that's affected our defense. Obviously we're searching. There's been a lot of close games, and then there have been some games that have gotten away from us a little bit, but more than anything, there have been a lot of close games. The focus is just focusing on practicing and playing well, and Iowa's a terrific team. It'll be a great challenge.
Rarely does a freshman lead any team in this league in scoring. Bryce Sensabaugh has been spectacular throughout the year for the most part. What sets him apart?
Well, his ability to make shots at all different levels, and as I'm sure Iowa will do tonight, teams have tried to really make him guard and make him work, and they've thrown bodies at him on the defensive end. So I think the biggest thing for him is he's got to keep playing and competing and adjusting to how the game is being called. He struggled here in the last 4 or 5 games, and he just needs to play in a good rhythm here, and I'm confident he will.
Coach, the first time around, very balanced scoring, 28 bench points against the Hawkeyes, 50 paint scores. That's off the charts. And just a month ago, so what do you see in the rematch tonight with the Hawks?
Well, obviously they'll make adjustments. Fran's a terrific coach, and they've got a terrific team. They missed some open shots and some shots around the basket that I think they'll typically make. But I think as much as anything, we just have to continue to play. We had good pace in that game. We had really good play from Isaac Likely in that game. And we're going to need an effort like that here across the board.
Well, welcome to February in Iowa.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's snowed every time we've been here, and I'm wondering if that's just us or if that's a condition of being in Iowa here. But it's a beautiful, beautiful place, but we often see it covered with snow.
Chris, thanks so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
As always, thanks to Ohio State sixth-year head coach Chris Holtmann, who's trying to right the ship with his Buckeyes, who have lost 6 in a row and 11 of their last 12. That only victory came against the Hawkeyes, 93-77 on January 21st. And by Iowa's own admittance, the Hawks played one of their poorer games of the year at both ends of the floor. And they need to flip that tonight, which we think they will here at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Chris Holtmann is sponsored by Grizzly Coolers, a great Iowa company. Log on and find your Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers at grizzlycoolers.com. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. I'll be snuggled into the Homewood Suites tonight on this wintry night following, hopefully, a Hawkeye victory over Ohio State. Up next, we'll hear from Hawkeye head coach Fran McCaffrey. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Business insurance become one size fits all. At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. And when our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
Mullet's, home of the best breakfast in Des Moines, is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Locally owned, Mullet's Fun Riverside Bar and Grill is famous for their own special Bloody Mary mix and serving up a delicious full menu for breakfast and lunch. And this local treasure is expanding with franchise opportunities available. From dine-in to private parties to catering, you too can enjoy Mullet's, celebrating all things about the hairstyle that's business in the front and party in the back.
Iowa and Ohio State coming up shortly here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Welcome back to the EMC Insurance pregame show. The Hawkeyes are taking such good care of the basketball. They're third nationally in assist-to-turnover ratio at 1.64. That's 12, and putting up the 12th fewest turnover number per game in college hoops at just a little bit over 10. I know Fran McCaffrey's very proud of that. Time to hear from the head Hawk. He's sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers all across the state. John Deere dealers including P&K Midwest in Maquoketa. Well, Coach, coming out of Minnesota, rebounding in general and offensive boards in particular, and forced turnovers, especially the 1-2-2 press, is cause for great optimism going forward.
It was really good in that game. It was good in the Purdue game that we lost. It'll be a little different today. They got a lot of handlers. They got a lot of speed and quickness in the backcourt. We can still press them. They handled it a little bit better when we played them the last time. But you're right. I think the rebounding in that game was critical, Dolph, because we missed a bunch of shots we normally make. We missed 12 layups in the first half. It was very rare, and it was good players missing them. And to their credit, they came back and made them in the second half.
Another thing I noticed, too, it's hard to lead wire to wire against anybody in this league, but the Hawks did that at Minnesota. A couple occasions, Minnesota cut double-digit deficits, once to 4, another time to 2 points, and I think that shows continued maturity and progress.
Yeah, especially on the road. It's hard to do that. We did that against Rutgers as well. Led wire to wire. I think it's a group of guys that just don't panic. They turn it over much. That said, we did turn it over when we played Ohio State. That was one of the games where we turned it over uncharacteristically. So we got to make sure that it doesn't happen tonight.
Speaking of Ohio State, Bryce Sensabaugh, their outstanding guard, he's favorite for freshman of the year in the Big Ten. What makes him a difficult guard, Fran?
He's a really good shooter. It starts there, but he's got a killer pull-up game. And he's got a body, so if he gets into you, he can create the space he needs to get a shot off. He's got a really soft touch, and he's got that scoring mentality. attack mode all the time.
Coach, inside, Zed Key, Justice Suing, they're averaging 13 rebounds between the two of them. It's a chore keeping them off the glass.
Suing has been a big boost. I mean, he was a really good player for them a couple of years ago, was hurt last year. Veteran guy, California's leading scorer before he transferred there. But, he's 24, 25 years old, like a lot of guys in our league now. And he's a bucket getter, he's a rebounder, he's a tough guy who plays the 4 spot, but he's really a guard. Zed, he's a wide body, constantly posting up, constantly leaning on you. He's got a wide body that can score off either shoulder.
Speaking of a guy who's tough and can rebound, Philip Rebracha, here he is again, undersized, going up against a kid like Akpaku, who comes off the bench at 6'11", but Philip's up to the task.
He's been every game, and he plays a lot of minutes. He just keeps coming. We need him tonight at both ends. We're going to go to him, and he's been really good scoring the ball for us, rebounding and defense. I don't know if there's a better post guy in the league.
Fran, thanks for your time again. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, Dolph.
Coach Fran McCaffrey is 3 wins shy from tying the great Tom Davis for the most regular season Big Ten victories in program history. Dr. Tom has 126, and Coach McCaffrey is at 123. Fran McCaffrey is sponsored each game day by your Iowa John Deere dealers, including P&K Midwest. At P&K Midwest, we have the John Deere tractor you want at the price you need. P&K Midwest, you can afford it. Shop online at pkmidwest.com/tractors. Up next, Bobby Hansen has his Club Car Wash keys to the game. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH.
The North start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Iowa and Ohio State getting closer here at Carver Hawkeye Arena and MediaCom Court. Welcome back to our EMC Insurance pregame show. You've heard from the head coaches. Now let's hear from the real expert, Bobby Hansen. Bobby's keys to the game are brought to you by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Club Car Wash. With unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month, there's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com to find a location nearest you. I'm guessing they've looked at the video of that 93-77 loss a lot this week, Bobby. But there's good things that come out of every game, but not so much that game. And I'm sure Fran emphasized the proper points.
Yeah, that was their poorest defensive performance of the season, even up to date, because Purdue was right behind that. When you on points per possession, and you calculate at 100 possessions, there were 133 points. So that's 1.33 points per possession, Gary. That's a lot. Ooh. So my number one key is you got to defend tonight. Ohio State's got a ton of talent. You got the kid Bryce Sensabaugh, you got Key, Suing, Likely, McNeil, Thornton. All those guys look to make plays and take you off the dribble. You're going to have a lot of dribble drives and back cuts coming at you here tonight, so you got to be aware. You got to guard your yard. Be responsible for your man. Help out when the need arises, but for the most part, you got to stay in front of your man here tonight and defend those dribble drives. Number two is keep him out of the paint. You cannot lose the battle of the paint. Zed Key, Justice Suing, they'll try and post you up, go after the offensive glass, along with Bryce Sensabaugh. Gets a lot of his offense with that big body of taking guards off the dribble, posting them up. So you got to fight them without fouling when you get down on the block. On offense, I say establish Philip Bracha early, as the Hawkeyes have done. Keep going on him. Maybe you get a foul or two on Zed Key early. Changes the complexion of that team there in Ohio State. They don't have a ton of talent off the bench. Okpora is one guy, but he's just a freshman, a very talented 6'11 guy. But you get Zed Key out of the game, you're in the plus right there. Final key of going to be offensively. I think 10 made threes, the number we got to look at tonight, should be the number the Hawks look to hit each game. Hold Ohio State, who is a poor three-point shooting team, keep them below 10 threes, and Iowa hits more. I think you win the game. Attack the offensive glass like they did at Minnesota. I like it when the Hawkeyes look to post up Chris Murray when they realize he's got a mismatch, run him right down the block and make him pay. Get him to the free throw line.
Bobby Hansen's keys to the game, all pinpoint, spot on, are sponsored by Club Car Wash with unlimited memberships at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. And after what we've been watching fall from the sky the last almost 24 hours, Club Car Wash is there for you to clean up your vehicle. Club Car Wash. Log on to clubcarwash.com. Now, Maryland has handed Purdue, third-ranked Purdue, a 68-54 defeat this evening out in Maryland. And so let's see, the Terps were one of those teams in an 8-6 logjam with the Hawkeyes. They go to 9-6. Purdue drops to 12-4. So slowly but surely, that logjam is breaking up and climbing north, getting after the Purdue Boilermakers. Of course, after tonight, the Hawkeyes head to Northwestern on Sunday afternoon. That's then. This is now. It's Ohio State. Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States. Don't let any heart condition go unnoticed or undiagnosed. Remember, February is Heart Month. Whether it's a routine checkup or a complex procedure, you want expert care from specialists who know your heart condition inside and out. That's where the University of Iowa Heart and Vascular Center comes in. Advanced trained cardiologists use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools and offer highly advanced, minimally invasive treatment options. It's heart care that doesn't only change lives, it saves them. Make an appointment today or first thing tomorrow at uihc.org/HVC. uihc.org/HVC. Or call the phone number 319-356-7102. 319-356-7102. The Mid-American Energy starting lineups for Ohio State and Iowa, and the Shields colors of the game are next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
Don't sit on your lazy assets. Lap up more money with the Lazy Asset Program from Community Choice. Open an Ultra Money Market account and earn up to 2.32% APY, or take advantage of special CD rates up to 3.39% APY. Watch your money take a victory lap. Enroll in the Lazy Asset Program today, only from Community Choice. Go to unbankwithus.com to get started. These could reduce earnings. 90% yield subject to change. Accurate for 11/2023. Federal insured by NCUA.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Put your personal touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Starting lineups tonight for the Hawkeyes and the Buckeyes are brought to you by Mid-American Energy. No matter what type or size business you own, Mid-American Energy can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. And that's important this time of year. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. For Ohio State, 11-14 overall, 3-11 in the Big Ten. Head coach is Chris Holtmann. Buckeyes average 74 points, give up 68 a game. They'll start Roddy Gale Jr. at a guard, part of that terrific freshman class that Holtmann brought in this year. Gale is out of Niagara Falls, averages 4 points, couple rebounds. Another guard, freshman Bruce Thornton, Alpharetta, Georgia. He was the Georgia High School Player of the Year last season. 6'2", 215 pounds. Big, thick kid, puts up 9 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. The 3 forwards include a freshman, Bryce Sensabaugh, 6'6", 235. He's the odds-on favorite for Big Ten Freshman of the Year. And, of course, all Big Ten. He is a load at 6'6", maybe an inch or two taller than that. 235 pounds, 16 points, 5 rebounds a game. Justice Suing, the transfer from Cal, and a native of Honolulu, is 6'6", 210. He's averaging 12 points, 5 rebounds. And 6'8" forward Zed Key, 255, a junior from Bayshore, New York. He's been there 4 years at Ohio State, averages 11 points, 8 rebounds. Their leading board man, despite having a very painful shoulder strain or sprain. They think he might have some torn ligaments in that wing, but Zed's playing through it. He's a tough kid. They'll come off the bench with Sean McNeil, transfer from West Virginia. He's 4 threes, shy of 200 for a career. Eugene Brown III, who's been battling some concussion syndrome or some concussion likeness. Isaac Likely, who hurt the Hawkeyes with 18 points, 10 rebounds out at Columbus a month ago. Isaac's out of Arlington, Texas. And a transfer from Oklahoma State. For the Hawkeyes, we don't expect any changes. Philip Rabracha, the 6'9", fifth-year senior, is averaging 14 points, 8 boards. Also at forward, Chris Murray, the 6'8" junior from Cedar Rapids, 21 points, 9 boards on the season. Connor McCaffrey, a guard forward. Take your pick. He's solid at both positions. Graduate student from Iowa City West, averages 7 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. Tony Perkins at guard, 6'4" junior from Indianapolis. Tony's averaging 11 points, 4 boards. And Aaron Eulis, a 6'3" junior from Chicago Heights, is at 6 points, 3 assists per game. The Hawkeyes will send off the Pines, the likes of Peyton Sanford, Patrick McCaffrey, DeSante Bowen, Josh Dix. Maybe Josh has a light-em-up night. We shall see. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Brought to you by Mid-American, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. The colors of the game, the Hawkeyes will be in the home white with the black and white and gold trim. The Buckeyes are in the road scarlet and gray, scarlet and crimson uniforms. Those are the school colors. Make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. The opening tip is next between Iowa and Ohio State. We'll also have a moment of silence for those fallen earlier this week at Michigan State University. Stay with us. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Hyatt Regency, caring for people so they can be their best. And by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. It's game time.
Steal off the 1-2-2 and a dunk by Chris Murray.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
We will have a moment of silence for those fallen students, the others that were critically wounded in the shooting Monday night on the East Lansing campus. Again, our thoughts and prayers to our fellow Big Ten brethren at the great Michigan State University. Talked to Fran McCaffrey a little bit ago, and we're both shaking our head over that. Another senseless tragedy. That's the 67th mass shooting just this year alone.
I reached out to Tom immediately. I mean, he gave an incredible speech to the community. You know, he's going to be very helpful in bringing that community together to go to deal with something just horrible. Of course, that's where Anthony Clemens is from and his family. So we're just thinking about those folks there, and it's just senseless. You know, there's no affiliation, you know, with the gunman. Just, you know, had a mental illness breakdown, and that's something we also have to address on another level. But like you said, Dolph, our hearts go out to those in that community. And I think, you know, the basketball program and Tom Izzo in particular are doing a great job to bring them all together.
Bobby, he's spot on. Tom Izzo gave an incredible talk last night, a unifying conversation on campus to reunite not only the students but certainly the faculty. I can't imagine the head shaking that's going on up there. But the gunman had no affiliation with the campus or the university. Obviously had other issues going on, but it's just another example of live every day to the fullest.
Absolutely, and that was he walked into a class. Gary, those kids were sitting in class at
night class
at 9:15, 9:18 at night, and just the trauma that those sitting next to them that are going to go through for the rest of their lives. So, yeah, just our hearts go out to them, and we only pray for give them some strength and comfort. And it's going to take a lot of time to get over that. And these are our Big Ten brothers, so everybody feels it, man. Feel their pain.
Both teams checking to their respective benches now for the introduction of tonight's starting lineups. Which, following the moment of silence, we'll have the national anthem. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification before we get underway. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye basketball. Thanks for tuning in along the Hawkeye Radio Network, led by our flagships WHO in Des Moines, WMT in Cedar Rapids, WOC in the Quad Cities, KGLO in Mason City. 55 stations strong. Let's go to public address announcer Greg Bentler.
At this time, we ask that you please rise and join us in a moment of silence for the tragic events that occurred at Michigan State University earlier this week. We and the entire Big Ten community send our support and condolences to the Michigan State community. Thank you. Please remain standing and remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem, performed this evening by Cindy Windsor.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Go Hawks!
I like that.
All right, Cindy.
Go Hawks.
Decked out in her gold boots.
Yeah, belted it out.
I didn't know that was part of the national anthem.
Yeah, it is
Go
now.
Hawks. Go Hawks at the end.
Fever.
Great job. She hit every note, too. The officials, by the way, for tonight's game, Brian Dorsey is the crew chief. James Breeding, who spends a lot of time in the ACC. Part of this Big Ten crew tonight, along with Michael Irving. Reading an article today, Bobby, about how many teams get in for the Big Ten in the NCAA tournament. 8, 9. I think that number is fairly accurate or pretty close, at least right now.
Yeah, you look at it, 8 for sure, Gary, and you can probably make a case for 9, I guess, if Wisconsin wins some games coming out here. But we're running out of game time here. But I think, as you mentioned, 8 solid for the Big Ten.
Purdue has gone down again tonight to Maryland 68-54. If you're just joining us, and the Boilermakers struggling in the offensive end. They've been turning the ball over way too much. And Matt Painter said after the game with Iowa a week ago that Purdue won by around 15 points, 87-73, 17 turnovers. And, they're playing 2 freshman guards. And you and I were talking before we came back from our last time out that if ever there's a time where first-year players, first-year freshmen, I don't care if it's Bryce Sensabaugh or Fletcher Lawyer, first year, you kids in high school a year ago used to play in 20, 30 games. They could, or closer to 20, they could be playing 35 before this year's over. You hit a little bit of a mental and physical wall.
Yeah, you certainly do, Gary, and a lot of it is mental, too. I mean, it's a grind, and it takes a special person in this day and age to be able to excel and be great at it. So as good as those freshmen are at Purdue, they are youngsters, and they're tiny. The guards are back there. And the Hawkeye 1-2-2, the length that Fran could throw at them with Chris Murray out front, with Patrick McCaffrey out front. They got a lot of turnovers, and they look bewildered. They a couple times in that game, they just couldn't get it across half court. I think we had 3 10-second violations in the backcourt against Purdue.
Well, let's hope we have a lot of those again tonight. That Hawkeye 1-2-2 has been a difference maker the last couple games, in particular Sunday at not only at Purdue in a loss, but Sunday in a victory against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Ohio State, in its last outing, lost 62-41 to Michigan State, and that was in Columbus. I mean, it's hard to think this team, Bobby, with all their offensive firepower, and granted their performance against Iowa was a season high, 93 points, but it's hard to believe that anybody could hold Ohio State to 41.
Yeah, they missed a lot of shots, didn't make a lot of three-pointers, really got into Bryce Sensabaugh, didn't let him get going. When I saw that number, Gary, it concerned me because, the next one out, they're going to try to get that number back up there. So the Hawks got to come out ready to get after it defensively right from the get-go.
This is the only other game going tonight in the Big Ten, which seemingly plays every night of the week. Every night of the week now. There were no games Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, tonight, Hawks head over to Northwestern. Iowa's in the midst of 4 road games and 5 outings, Bobby, so they're going to be even more road warriors when it's all said and done.
Yeah, after this game here, it's at Northwestern, at Wisconsin. Come back home to play Michigan State on an 11 a.m. Saturday game, sold out. And then it's at Indiana, finish up home on Sunday against Nebraska.
Just a 6-pack of games remaining in this season. We're glad you joined us tonight on the Hawkeye Radio Network. We're sponsored by a whole lot of outstanding supporters, including Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. We're at the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table. Attention, Hawk fans who buy your own health insurance. Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Let's give it up for plans you can afford. Check out Wellmark.com. Wellmark.com/hoops. Wellmark.com/hoops and compare plans. And if you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details plus energy-saving tips. Zed Key will jump center against Chris Murray. McCaffrey, Rabracha, Tony Perkins, and Aaron Eulis join him. Zed Key looked like he jumped the ball a little too soon. No whistle, though. Into the backcourt it goes, and Bruce Thornton, the long-haired youngster, the freshman, works it into the front court. Good ball movement by Ohio State. They work it from side to side. Justice Suing with it. Top of the circle. Now back to Thornton. He gets down the left side of the key. Chasing him is Aaron Eulis. 8 to shoot. Here's Zedke in the lane. Jump hook up. No good short. Rebound and then kicked out of bounds by Justice Suing. It'll be Iowa basketball. Boy, Suing was right there for the offensive board.
Yeah, Chris Murray was right there with him too, Gary. Had enough of a body on him to force him off balance a little bit. Couldn't corral that rebound, and Hawkeyes head south.
Hawkeyes turn away Ohio State on its first offensive possession. Now the Hawks try and grab the first lead. 30 seconds gone in the game. Good crowd considering the tough traveling weather. Here's a jump hook, a little strong for Rebraca off the right of the iron in the lane. Did everything right but made the shot. And here comes Sensabaugh all the way to the basket. Drives it deep to the right baseline. Connor McCaffrey, yeah, and he knew it. Connor McCaffrey crowding him on the baseline, forced a double dribble.
Really good defense that time by Connor. Picked him up at half court, forced him, just kind of rode him to the right, never let him turn the corner, Gary, to get into the paint. Once he picked up his dribble, Connor was smothered him and nowhere for Sensabaugh to go. And freshman put it back down on the floor, thinking nobody would see him.
The whistle blew. He shook his head and gave it right to the referee. Here's Perkins back for the Hawkeyes. No score. We played a minute. Rebraca has the only jump shot attempt. Murray drives inside, high off the glass and down through. Chris Murray flipped it up over the tall timber, almost threw it over the bankboard.
Oh, he was fighting for some space inside there. Big Zedke came over, but Chris, being the left-hander, able to finish it with his strong hand.
2-0 in favor of the Hawkeyes. Here's Gale. A bounce pass left of the lane to Key. Out top for Thornton. His three is good. Splashdown. Nice delivery by Key and Thornton. Quick release. Puts Ohio State up 3-2. 18-18 to play. Eulis gives Iowa the lead back. Off a nice screen. High post right. Knocked down the 17-footer. Buckeyes hot-footed into the front court. Here's Suing getting to the glass. Stops. Murray shut him down. Now Gale out left of the ring to Sensabaugh. Connor McCaffrey has him. Sensabaugh on a crossover dribble. Falls down. Yeah, traveled is right. The official standing right here heard you, Bobby. Sensabaugh, it's pretty apparent he thinks he can beat Connor McCaffrey 6 ways from Sunday. Connor's turned him over twice.
That's twice in a row. Really good defense by Connor. Moving his feet, makes him pick up his dribble, and nowhere for Sensabaugh to go, and he's left shaking his head.
4-3 Iowa with the early lead and the basketball. Tony Perkins passes up the three, drives in the lane, misses the jump shot from in close. The ball is raked out of bounds. It'll stay with Iowa. Only because Chris Murray had great position. And they went over the top of him and knocked it out of bounds. Touched last by the Buckeyes. 20 on the shot clock for Iowa. 17:43 to play first half. 4-3 Hawkeyes. Rebraca gathers the inbounds feed. Leaves it for Eulis. Around the Rebraca screen. Now a two-handed pass to McCaffrey. Right wing. Inside to Rebraca. Low block. Jump hook. Good. Curled it in. Well, he's really gotten good at that jump shot, that jump hook, hasn't he?
He's working on it too, Gary. He's working with Tristan Spurlock, our director of development. He was out here earlier today working on that little mid-range game, and he is really confident with that shot.
Thornton back for the Buckeyes. One freshman to another, throws it away. Deflected pass. Murray for the slam down at the other end. Chris Murray guessed right on that Thornton pass. He could have been called for carrying the basketball. Was a little bit out of balance and threw it away. That's 3 early Ohio State turnovers. Hawkeyes munching on those. Iowa leads it now 8-3. Hawkeyes have run in the last 6. After the Buckeyes only lead on a 3 by Thornton. Here's Sensabaugh. He's bumping chests with Connor McCaffrey, and a foul called on Connor at the end of that play. Brian Dorsey on the call. Connor McCaffrey with the push. And 2 free throws coming for Sensabaugh. Well, I'll tell you, Connor really played outstanding defense for that entire possession. And after the shot had been released, the whistle blew.
Yeah, and he's bumping, and Sensabaugh was trying to dive into him and create space. Connor held his ground right there. That's a bailout call by Dorsey.
Sensabaugh, 81% free throws, so he's near automatic. 8-4, makes the first and the second. Quickly down the near sideline comes Eulis for the Hawkeyes. It's 8-5 Ohio State. 16:40 to play first half. Eulis takes a look both ways, left and right. Now deals for Rebraca right in the lane. Backdoor cut, layup good by Tony Perkins. Great feed by Rebraca, but Tony did all the heavy lifting.
You probably heard Coach McCaffrey right in front of us telling his guys, move, right on cue. Tony Perkins from the offside to strong side. Phillip hit him in stride. Easy layup on the right side for Tony.
Hawks by 5 again, 10-5. Sensabaugh throws it away.
Third turnover on Sensabaugh. He's got to come out.
16-12 to play first half. Sensabaugh stays in. Roddy Gale comes out, and their three-point shooter is in. That is Sean McNeil from Union, Kentucky, by way of West Virginia. 4 turnovers in about a half dozen possessions for Ohio State. 10-5 Iowa, 16:09 to play. Hawks look to cash in again. Here's Perkins. Left-handed dribble, high post right. Between the circles for Connor McCaffrey. Back to Tony. Around a screen by Rebraca. Gets into the paint. Fadeaway jump shot. Wouldn't go in. Tried to talk it down, but took a look, but hopped out. Thornton back for the Buckeyes. Sensabaugh turns the corner, drives in, and scores off the glass. 2 free throws and a basket now for Bryce Sensabaugh. 10-7 Iowa. They're feeding Sensabaugh. Trying to get him going early. Here's Ulis. Step back 3. Good. Around a screen by Murray. Little slip screen. Aaron danced backwards by 1 step. He wouldn't do that last year. He's doing it this year.
No, he's just playing with a lot of confidence. He's looking to drive, take that mid-range game. This time, the step behind when the defender went under. Ulis got 5 early points.
13-7. Iowa has its biggest lead. Zed Key to McNeil. His 3 is good. Oh, that's excellent ball movement by the Buckeyes. Thornton with the assist, and McNeil standing there all alone on an island drains the 3. Perkins around McNeil and scores. That's the deficiency Sam McNeil has. He's not going to keep up with Tony Perkins. Tony will bully ball him into next week. 15-10 Iowa. 14:50 to play opening half as the teams are trading baskets. Thornton tries to get around Ulis, gets to the basket and scores. Great move by the freshman from Georgia. 15-12, and back and forth we go. 14.5 to play. Opening half. 15-12 Iowa. McCaffrey looking for Murray on a back cut. Gets it instead to Rebraca. Fran yelling at the other guys to move. Rebraca goes in and scores over Zed Key. Once he got around Key, Zed had to let him go or pick up the personal.
Yeah, he knows. He gets some early foul trouble. He goes to the bench. Phillip, being the aggressor, attacks him off the dribble, gets his second basket.
Hawks back in front by 5. 17-12. They're running double teams at Thornton. Here's a backdoor feed for Key. Goes too far underneath the basket and crowded out of there by Rebraca. Phillip takes the ball away. Shot never drew iron. Great defense by Rebraca. Perkins around a Rebraca screen. Thought about a step back 3. Instead, he gets it right back to Rebraca. Step back jumper, in and out and back in. Oh, the home court roll. Timeout, Ohio State.
They needed it. They're gassed. Buckeyes taking the fight right to the Buckeyes.
And Coach Holtman realizing his guys needed a breather as the Hawks go up by their widest margin. It's 19-12 Iowa. And we're just warming up here at Carver Hawkeye Arena on a wintry night. When corn grows fuel, and it will in a couple months, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win, and you could win even more from Iowa corn. 19-12 Iowa. The Hawkeyes have hit 9 of their first 12 shots. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
We're back at the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table. Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. Our engineer-producer is Corey Sheets. We played a little over 6 minutes. And so far, so good, Bobby. Neither team, Iowa's defense has been much better than Ohio State's if you only look at the turnovers.
Yeah, I love the defense Connor's put on Bryce Sensabaugh to start the game. Bryce has got a couple of free throws and one basket, but they've turned him over 3 times. Just playing tough, physical, man-to-man defense. Connor's got his chest on him and had a recipient of a bad call there earlier by Brian Dorsey, but the Hawks come out in the attack mode. As we said, you got to control the paint. Points in the paint, Hawkeyes 12, and Ohio State just 4.
Iowa's taken 12 shots to 6, and that has everything to do with the 4 turnovers by the Buckeyes. Iowa has no turnovers, and hopefully that continues. The Hawks are holding their own on the backboards too early on in the game. 13:44 to play first half. Hawkeyes leading 19-12. You don't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance Companies. Find your agent at emcins.com. Another great Iowa company, EMC. Peyton Sanford and Patrick McCaffrey make their first trip to the floor. Connor deserves a breather after that defensive effort on Sensabaugh.
Working hard. Sensabaugh's only taking the 1 shot, but the 3 turnovers early in the game have really hurt Ohio State. Credit Connor with great D.
Buckeyes counter with 7-foot Felix Akpara, 220-pound freshman, and he looks like a string bean, but he's got long arms, muscle, shot blocker, and he's spelling Zed Key for the moment. Also into the game is Isaac Likely, who had a big day against Iowa out in Columbus, and Tony Perkins has him. Iowa man-to-man, Buckeye basketball. Here's McNeil, hit a 3, pulls up for another 3, down through. Philip Rebracha had him on the switch, and McNeil has back-to-back 3s. That shortens the Iowa lead to 4. Chris Murray's 3 in transition is no good. Rebounded by Ohio State. Justice Suing brings it down the floor himself. Spins away from Perkins. Tony catches up. Now here's McNeil, guarded by Peyton Sanford. Keep a hand in his face. Right side feed for Tanner Holden just into the game. A stop-and-go move gets around Patrick McCaffrey, but can't find a shot. 8 to shoot. McNeil's going to put one up over the top of Sanford. Good again. Oh, he is unconscious. How about that? 19-18 on back-to-back 3s. Iowa still has the lead, but only by 1. Back-to-back 3s. Murray off balance, misses a jumper right of the lane. 1 and done again for the Hawkeyes. Likely brings it down for the Buckeyes. Ohio State's bench, they had 28 points in the win at the Value City Arena. And boy, they're off and flying again and scoring, especially McNeil. Here's a drive into the paint, scoop layup, good. Looked like a moving screen. 8-0 Ohio State run. The Buckeyes are back in front, 20-19. Perkins, crossover dribble, gets to the basket, scores, and is fouled. Yeah, he turned Likely inside out with a crossover dribble move. Right of the lane, got to the basket, scored, and is fouled. Iowa's back in front, 21-20. But the Buckeyes run in a quick 8 straight. Only to have Perkins get it right back for Iowa now in and 1.
TP took him off the dribble and scored over the top of a 7-foot shot blocker there in Felix Akpara, and completes the, misses the free throw there.
Iowa has the lead back, though, 21-20 with 12:13 to go first half. Here's a double team on Suing, so he goes to the right wing. And Likely chased, knocked away by Perkins, but right to McNeil. Peyton Sanford gets a wing in his nose.
Yeah, deny him the ball, don't let him catch.
Suing on a crossover dribble, gets inside, misses the layup, but he's fouled. Looks like they're going to get Philip Rebracha as we come to an official's timeout. Philip tried to help Tell you what, the Ohio State bigs can handle the basketball.
Yeah, I mean, they're only 6'8", whatever, but they're really forwards in there, but they're going to attack you. Again, all these players, Gary, what they do outside of Sean McNeil is they attack you off the dribble.
They drive to the basket, try to draw fouls or score uncontested. 21-20, Iowa has the lead. Ohio State shoots free throws when we return. 11:56 to play in the first half. U.S. Cellular is bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone for free. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Emergency Fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. And when our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Hawkeye basketball sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Hawks had a 19-12 lead the last officials timeout, not this one, but boy did that melt in a hurry. The jump shooting of Sean McNeil, a transfer from West Virginia, left Huggy, came to Ohio State, and he reined in back-to-back threes. Ohio State then took the lead on a driving layup for a score. Tony Perkins got the lead right back for Iowa with a drive and a score. It's 21-20 Iowa with 11:56 to go first half. But Ohio State is shooting free throws in the person of Justice Suing. So back and forth we go, Bobby.
The game has not been tied other than 0-0, Gary, but the lead has changed up 4 times here. And it's been, let me look at the numbers here, 8-2 run right now by Ohio State with 2 free throws coming for Justice Suing.
Suing is 68% on the year when play resumes. Pretty good crowd, Bobby.
Oh, yeah.
Considering what's out there, looking around the arena. Yeah, it's the snow has stopped, they tell me, but it's going to get cold. The wind's blowing. February in Iowa. March isn't that far away, and March Madness all session tickets for the Big Ten men's basketball tournament are on sale right now. The United Center in Chicago will host the tournament March 8th through the 12th. Lower level tickets may be purchased through the 14 Big Ten University ticket offices, or you can log on to unitedcenter.com/2023 Big Ten tickets. Suing the lefty sends the first one on the way and good. That ties it at 21. 68% is Suing on the year. And he can give the Buckeyes the lead back, and does. Murray, Perkins, Rebraca, Sanford, and McCaffrey on the floor for the home team. Tony works the dribble into the front court, and he's guarded by Likely. Here's a pitch left of the lane for Rebraca. Weak side, drives into the paint, shot fake, up and good. Great shot fake. Got the freshman Okpara to leave his feet, and it was all over.
That's all he needed right there. A little space created to get Okpara off his feet, and did just that. Phillip off to a great start. 4 field goals, 8 points.
11.5 to play. Here's Okpara with a handoff to McNeil. He's doubled. That leaves Likely open, and he misses the jump shot. Tip controlled just momentarily for Okpara off his fingertips, and Peyton Sanford brings it back for the Hawkeyes. Peyton for a 3. Good in transition. Rebraca knew to give it right back to him, and Iowa's lead is 4 now, 26-22.
That one was pure right there. Such a good shooter, moving to his right there, get the eye on it. But you're right, Gary. The pick was set by Philip Rebraca to free him up.
Now, who's going to stop who first? Here's Ohio State. Here's a baseline drive and a shot blocked from behind by Chris Murray to Peyton Sanford. Ahead to Perkins. Perkins all the way into the paint. Throws to the corner, and Patrick McCaffrey stands still 3. No good. A little bit short. The Buckeyes are rebounding and running the other way. Likely had his shot blocked on that last possession, which led to the Hawkeye run out, and now Chris Oldman up off the bench says, slow it down. Let's run our half-court sets. They run a lot of half-court sets. Here's McNeil, the sharpshooter, to Sewing. Iowa 26, Ohio State 22. Just about 10 minutes remaining in the half. Sewing steps back, high post right, and then jumps into Philip Rebraca. My, oh my, oh my.
2 on Philip.
That's his second.
Oh, that's a killer there. Sewing is right back at the free throw line, and Rebraca will have to come out in favor of Connor McCaffrey. Just what you didn't need to have happen. Rebraca, Iowa's lone ruffian in the middle, will have to come out for the rest of the half. The first free throw is good.
Good for the Buckeyes.
Substitutions now. McCaffrey for Rebraca. For Ohio State, Roddy Gale is back in. Holden comes out. Akpara comes out. Gale is back in along with Zed Key. 26-23 Iowa. Sewing will get one more free throw, and it's good. Now Sewing is out. Bruce Thornton is back in. So wholesale substitutions given the pace of this game. Connor McCaffrey and Tony Perkins bring the ball down the floor. Murray, Patrick McCaffrey, and Peyton Sanford across the front line. Murray steps out with the basketball. Now to Perkins. Tony rifles a pass to Patrick McCaffrey. To Chris Murray, center of the floor. His 3 is no good, strong. Rebounded by Ohio State. They lost it. 2 guys fighting over it. Perkins for 3. That one never had a chance. Murray with a rebound. Murray up and no good. Put back. God! Fantastic play. And now they're calling away. No shot.
Somebody grabbed the net to pull themselves up.
Are they saying Chris Murray did that?
Must have been, yeah. Tony Perkins and Chris Murray were right there. I'm not sure who tipped it in, but somebody was hanging on the rim or the net, Brian Dorsey says.
Perkins grabbed the rim, we're told. So eliminate the Chris Murray. What an effort by Chris Murray. 26-24. Iowa's lead holds at 2 for the moment. Hawks looking to get a stop. Here's Gale. Lefty drives in on Patrick McCaffrey. Elevates. Shot up. No good. Good defense. Patrick outlets up the far sideline for Perkins. Perkins races to the free throw line. Hands off to Sanford. Now to Patrick McCaffrey. They're looking for Sanford. McNeil's chasing him all over the place. Here's Peyton. Gets around him. Lays it up and in. He can do that too.
Yeah, pretty curl cut that time. Peyton Sanford from the right side. A double screen set. He didn't fade out for the 3, Gary. Turned that corner. Got in the paint. Nobody home at the rim. Peyton an easy layup to give him now 5.
Got a 3 and a layup. Iowa by 4. 28-24. The Hawkeyes have led by as many as 7. Here's a dangerous pass to Thornton, almost taken away by Perkins. Shot blocked. Perkins thought he got all ball, but Thornton's going to get a couple free throws.
That's his
First foul on Tony Perkins. That's 4 team fouls on the Hawkeyes. Ohio State's been whistled for 1.
How many free throws they got to give him, Gary?
Well, they got to give him 2.
For sure. Was he behind the 3-point line?
Oh.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah, good
3
point.
Free throws.
So 3 coming for Thornton, who's a 78%er from the foul line. In other words, very good. Rattles the first one in. (28-25). Just when the Hawks look like they're going to go off on a run, this happens. Second free throw is good. 3 free runs. 3 free ones for Thornton. He makes the second. Josh Dix will come and get Perkins. Tony's got to cool down on the sideline. He's still upset about that call. Sensabaugh returns for Ohio State. He's been out a while. Buckeyes haven't had a field goal in the last 3.5 minutes, but they've had a bunch of free throws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Haven't missed.
9 for 9. Iowa has a couple makes. 28-27. Iowa's lead sliced to 1. Here's Sanford. Murray. Patrick McCaffrey. Shot fake. Gets to the basket and is hammered hard. Patrick. Good decision there. Shot fake. Drove it right into the teeth of that defense and is rewarded with a couple free throws.
Foul by Zed Key, and I like the move by Patrick. Did not settle to throw up a three-pointer there when he was guarded. Put the ball on the deck. Got to the rim. Hit hard twice. Patrick to the line for 2.
Hawks shooting 75% as a team. 77 is Patrick McCaffrey. Free throw is in and out and back in. The old home roll. First make for Iowa after 2 misses. Just a second team foul on Ohio State. Second free throw is good. Hawks by 3, 30-27. And now we see the 1-2-2 press. And it worked turnovers again. Thornton. Very quick. Leaves it for Gale. Up, turnover. Pass deflected out of the press by Murray. Right to Peyton Sanford. Here come the Hawkeyes, and then Peyton nearly throws it away. Ball is punched out of bounds by Roddy Gale. 30-27 Iowa with the ball. Hawkeyes up 3, 8:17 to play in the first half. And the traffic cop, Connor McCaffrey, gets Iowa into its half-court set. Patrick McCaffrey, 3, no good. Hawks are struggling from distance. Here come the Buckeyes racing into the front court. Likely a stop-and-go move. Gets around McCaffrey, off the glass and good. The Oklahoma State transfer brings Ohio State back to within 1, 30-29. Here's Chris Murray. Chris has 4 points so far. Patrick McCaffrey gets into the paint. Jump stops, high post left. Now to Murray. 14 to shoot. Peyton Sanford lets fly. No good with a 3. An attempted 3. Iowa 2 for 8 from distance. Here's a 3 on the way. That's way short. Out of bounds to Iowa. Bryce Sensabaugh. Well, he's not afraid to take it from anywhere on the floor, is he?
Yeah, he's just not into it right now. Their coach pulled him aside here, going to talk to him a little bit. He just seems to be out of it, but it all started with good defense at the start of the game. Good physical defense by Connor.
Sensabaugh 1 for 3. I thought he shot more than that, but then I forgot he's got 2 or 3 turnovers behind his line as well. 3 to be exact. Trying to get a shot off. Good defense by Iowa there, and we go to a timeout with 7:31 to play in the first half, and the Hawkeyes hanging on to a 1-point lead. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Quickstar. With quick, hot savings from Quickstar, you'll find hot deals throughout the store. Check out the savings on produce, Nature's Touch dairy products, and so much more. Quickstar's got your savings covered. Quickstar. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at MidAmericanEnergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Iowa with a 1-point lead, 30-29. Welcome back to Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye basketball on a snowy Thursday night. Hey, the women's, I mentioned the Big Ten men's basketball tournament a little bit ago. The Hawkeye women will be playing at the Target Center in Minneapolis. Single session seats are on sale right now. You can go online, or you can call the Target Center box office, or online at axs.com. axs.com, and they'll get you fixed up with tickets to the Big Ten women's basketball tournament in Minneapolis. First time ever at the Target Center. How about that?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, great city up there in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Twin Cities, and we just had a nice visit up there. A nice victory over the Gophers, but good luck to Lisa Bluter and the Hawks as they finish their season, Gary, and head off to the Big Ten tournament. Well, I think the men and women next year will be up in Minnesota, in Minneapolis.
Great city. Be a great host. Iowa basketball when we resume play here. 7:31 to play in the first half. Aaron Eulis is back in the game for Iowa. Dix stays in along with Sanford and Chris Murray. Philip Rebracha on the bench with 2 personals. That's big because Philip had hit 4 of his first 5 shots. He's got 8 points to lead the Hawks. 6 for Perkins, 5 for Sanford. See if the Hawks can get Murray off and running here in the final 7.5 minutes. McCaffrey with a catch. Connor McCaffrey with a catch right high post. Now to Murray. Murray's got a smaller guard on him. Throws it back to Connor. His 3 rims and comes out. No good. Hawkeyes 2 out of 9 from 3. Ohio State. Here's Sensabaugh taking Connor into the lane. Turns, shoots, and scores. And he's heating up. Got a couple baskets here in the last few minutes. Ohio State back in front, 31-30. Josh Dix is open for 3. No good. That's way off. Murray had the rebound. Now rips it away from a Buckeye, then throws it away. Sensabaugh, well, he couldn't save it from going out of bounds. Dove into the corner. Great effort by the freshman. But the Hawkeyes will keep the ball with 6:46 to go in the first half. And Ohio State back in front, 31-30. McNeil, red hot from the wing, from distance. He's got 3 threes in the first half. He returns the West Virginia transfer. Ohio State's 4 out of 5 from 3. And 3 of those belong to McNeil. Here's Eulis to Connor, into the corner to Chris Murray. Chris takes a peek inside, now gets it to Sanford. He drives into the paint. Shot blocked out of bounds. Roddy Gale went up high.
Where'd he come from?
Came from the weak side. He's 6'4", but man, he can elevate. He got off the floor. 7 to shoot for the Hawkeyes. Here's McCaffrey. He's going to have to fire something up, and no good. 3 is awry. Hawkeyes miss another one. 6.5 to go. 31-30 Ohio State. Justice Sewing checks the bench, has the instructions on the play call, and now gets it to Roddy Gale along the far sideline. To Thornton, the point guard. Left wing for Sensabaugh. They double him. He takes the dribble out top of the circle. Now backs into Connor. Gets into the paint. Fires up a tough shot. No good. Dix with a rebound and a foul on Sensabaugh. Boy, he plays out of control, doesn't he? I know he's got great body language, but man, oh man, it's him. It's 1-on-5.
Yeah, when he catches it, and Iowa knows that. He's not going to pass it, Gary. He has got one thing in mind: put the head down and try to get to the hoop, get to the free throw line. And again, we got to take advantage of this. He's not what we saw over in Columbus.
Chris Holtman is going to put him on the bench and talk to him. He didn't like that sequence. Hawks down 1 with the ball, looking to regain the lead. It's Eulis. Dix comes off a low post screen with the catch. Now hits a cutting Sanford. His shot is good. Deadened off the heel of the iron and dropped through. Payton's got 7 for the first half. 5.5 to go. 32-31. Hawks are back in front. A little bit of a teeter-totter now. Lead changes. Roddy Gale, chased by Dix, hits a cutting teammate. Layup no good. A foul, though, on Aaron Eulis from behind as McNeil beat him off the weak side cut to the basket. Aaron with a hard foul prevented the layup, and McNeil, who can shoot the 3, is just lights out at the foul line. 86%. Ohio State, a very good free throw shooting team. They've got only one guy in the top 7 that is below 70%. 8 lead changes, 2 ties, and now we're tied again. 32 all as McNeil hits the first free throw. It's the 5th team foul on Iowa, but he was in the act of shooting and gives the Buckeyes the lead back. O'Neal's been big. 11 points off the bench for the grad transfer. Connor McCaffrey in the near corner. Iowa looks to regain the lead. Here's a holding foul called on Likely. Chris Murray, the recipient of that. Yeah, they're grabbing Chris almost at every turn.
Trying to play physical with him. Chris got the mismatch. Smaller Likely trying to guard him down low block. I like the offense by the Hawkeyes. Go right back to him.
33-32 Ohio State. The Hawks get the ball inbounds along the right baseline to Chris Murray. And a charging foul called on Chris. Sure looked like a flop.
That is a flop.
Well, Likely's an old veteran. Grad transfer from Oklahoma State. Well, they got a lot of new pieces in this lineup, and Likely got away with one there.
I mean, he jumped back so far. I mean, that should be the dead giveaway.
Ohio State with the ball now, up 1. Here's Likely, leaves it for McNeil, chased by Ulis. Now to Gale. Gale bounces inside to Likely, who's posting up. He misses the shot over Tony Perkins. Tony roughed him up defensively, rebounded by Connor McCaffrey. Here's a lob in transition to Chris Murray. He's double teamed. Gets it back on point to Connor McCaffrey. Shot fake. Connor gets in the lane to Perkins. He's open for 3 on the wing, and it goes down. Rainbow 3 for Tony Perkins. Connor McCaffrey with a shot fake. Got in the lane, freed up some space. He went right to Tony, knew right where he'd be, and he gives Iowa the lead 35-33.
Drive and kick, another assist for Connor McCaffrey. That is 2 on the game. He's the man responsible for that 3.
Here's another wild shot in the lane by Ohio State. I mean, they just try and drive it right to the rim. And a foul called on Thornton, the freshman, as he knocked down, I think it was Connor McCaffrey.
I believe it was.
A couple Hawkeyes were sent sideways. And so the charge is whistled on Thornton. 4:23 to go first half. The Hawks get another stop and have the ball up 2. Ulis takes the dribble left wing to Perkins. Maybe that 3 gets Tony going. He's got the ball now. Holds up high post right. McCaffrey to Chris Murray. Shot fake. Chris gets in the lane and drove into traffic. And what's the call? Well, it's going to Ohio State.
Could have knocked off Chris's knee.
Out of bounds.
Chris is saying you chainsawed my arms off there on the drive to the basket.
Well, Fran is remarkably staying calm. 4:07 to go. They just beat the 5-second count, does Ohio State. They get it inbounds. Ball knocked away from behind off the press turnover. Ohio State, Sensabaugh turns it over again. Iowa 3:57 to play in the half. Looks to extend the 2-point lead. Here's Ulis. Right side for Connor. Hawks are loading up the lane with bodies. Sanford lets fly with a 3, no good. And the rebound is punched to the corner. Perkins saves it from going out of bounds, but right to Sensabaugh. Here comes Ohio State, charging again to the basket. Gale out of control, falls down with a basketball, and it's out of bounds to Iowa.
He looked like a truck in front of me on the interstate sliding all over there earlier today. He didn't know where to go.
The Keystone Cops are in the building. That's 8 Ohio State turnovers. And Roddy Gale, it was another 1-on-4.
Yeah, where are you going, kid?
He got into a traffic jam and tried to escape to the wing and just stumbled and fell down.
Caught an edge.
Iowa gets the ball right back. Still up 2, 35-33 with 3:36 to play till intermission. Stay with us for the halftime coverage courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Hawk fans, Bud Light loves the fact that you're back inside Carver Hawkeye Arena this year. Bud Light is for the fans. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud and Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Join Gary Dolphin and Bobby Hansen for Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey each week at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Coralville. Hawk Talk is 90 minutes of discussion about Iowa basketball. Check out HawkeyeSports.com for more information.
More Hawkeye basketball in the waning moments of the first half, brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Members of the Hawkeye football team are out being introduced collectively for their outstanding season, 8-5, win over Kentucky in the Music City Bowl down in Nashville. Great trip for Iowa, a springboard for the out-of-season winter conditioning workouts. They've got the trophy out there with them. Xavier Wampa.
You like this guy 90, you said? I
like Brian Allen. Allen Jr. He could be the next, with Lucas Van Ness headed to the NFL. I think Brian's going to get a strong look next year. He looks like an All-American in practice. Big kid out of the Chicago area. Tyler Ellsbury, who's big anywhere out there, part of that offensive line. Xavier Wampa, I mentioned him. Cooper DeJean, Drew Stevens. So the Hawkeyes open up Labor Day weekend with Utah State. See where Brody Breck, sophomore pitcher off the Hawkeye baseball team, who's also a pretty good wide receiver. Got to make sure he stays healthy. He's a preseason All-America pick for Rick Heller and the baseball team, who left for Florida this past week down there for some games and spring training. Back to basketball. The Hawkeyes had the ball with 3.5 to play, first period, leading 35-36.
Let's see how they finish the half here.
35-33.
Yeah, we need a little, open this thing up, maybe get a little 10-point lead going into the break.
10 lead changes, a couple early ties. The Hawkeyes have the lead for the moment, and with the basketball. Connor McCaffrey, Peyton Sanford, Chris Murray, Tony Perkins, and Aaron Eulis. This guard-dominant, guard-heavy lineups played well. Murray has the catch on the left baseline. Chris trying to get going. He's been stuck on 4 points for a while. Sanford, who's been hot here in the first half, he's got 7. Eulis drives the dribble into the paint, turns, shoots, and misses. A little strong with the jumper. It's a stop for Ohio State, and the Buckeyes come back. Thornton, the freshman point guard, to likely the Oklahoma State grad transfer. He drives in around Peyton Sanford. Pitches it to the wing. Sensabaugh for 3. Good. Man, oh man, what a shooter.
He had Connor right in his face, too, Gary. I thought good defense, but he knows how to get buckets.
Here's a steal by Ohio State. Sensabaugh stumbles with the dribble, gets to the layup, though, and miss it. Connor McCaffrey with the rebound, and he's punched by Thornton. Sensabaugh, again, getting ahead of his body. Wow. Fumbled the dribble. He had an easy layup or a dunk. Still got to the glass ahead of Connor, flipped it up there, and it rolled off the front of the rim. Connor with a rebound, and then he just got clocked by Thornton. 6 team fouls on both Iowa and now Ohio State. Iowa down 1, 36-35, 2.5 to go till the intermission. Chris Murray with the catch. Drives around Likely. They're double teaming Chris every time. Connor tries a 3. Good. Finally got one to fall. Connor McCaffrey puts Iowa back in front, 38-36.
Yeah, right. Nice shot there. Sensabaugh knocked him, caught him on the arm. Connor looking for maybe an and one on that one, and no call, but nice shot by Connor.
4 of 14 is Iowa from 3. Here's a nice baseline move, a throw out top for Sensabaugh. Knocked away from behind by Connor McCaffrey. The Hawks couldn't get the loose change, though, and Ohio State keeps it with 8 to shoot. Sewing's going to put a move on Murray. Gets into the paint, to the basket. Blocked by Murray. Taken away by Murray. Heck of a play by Chris Murray. Leads the charge down the floor. Sanford for 3 in transition. Yes, sir. Minutes 40 to go, first half, and the Hawks jettison out front by 5.
Give Connor another assist on that play as he told Peyton, take that shot right there. You're wide open, just ran right into a nice, easy open 3.
Peyton Sanford and McNeil, who's got the ball raining threes. Here's another steal by Perkins. Then poked away from behind. Tony runs it down, though. Sanford's open for 3 more. No good. Short. Runs the rebound down, though. Gets it to Connor McCaffrey. Hawks have a new look. How about Murray for 3? Bingo! Timeout, Ohio State. 1:06 to go. Iowa 44, Ohio State 36. All of a sudden, the Hawkeyes, struggling all night from distance, have reined in 3 in a row. Connor McCaffrey, Peyton Sanford, and now Chris Murray. Timeout Buckeyes with 1:06 to play, and the blink of an eye, the Hawkeyes have their biggest lead of the night.
Hey, that was fun. That little 1-minute spurt right there from Connor, Sanford, Chris, and right before that, the timeout, Tony Perkins with the 3. So that's 4 3-point field goals made in a row.
A 9-0 run by the Hawkeyes. At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. 9 points. 9 points off turnovers for Iowa. 9-0 points off turnovers. Hawks are up 8. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty key stat in the first half.
Yeah, Hawkeyes done a great job taking care of the basketball. Just 3 turnovers to 9 turnovers, leading to those 9 points for the Hawks.
Boy, as Chris Murray turned this game around in Iowa's favor with his defense.
Yeah.
Block shots, takeaways. He's struggling scoring, but he's a marked man. You know he'll get it going in the second half. But that big 3 there by Murray gives him 7 for the first half.
Yeah, that's a good point there. His defense has been outstanding here in the first half, and Hawks really, get energy off of a Chris Murray block shot.
Murray with 3 rebounds to go with his 7 points. And we play on. 1 minute to go in the first half. Thornton works the dribble into the front court. Shadowed by Tony Perkins, who came up with a big steal and a save a moment ago. Here's Sensabaugh. Thornton, top of the circle. Drives around a screen. Now holds up, uses up his dribble, nowhere to go. Gets it along the sideline of McNeil. 8 to shoot. McNeil trying to free himself up from Tony Perkins. Here's a stop-and-go move by Sewing. He leans into Peyton Sanford, misses the jumper. Terrific defense along the baseline. Peyton gave or let the baseline help him there defensively, Bobby. Sewing had nowhere to go.
Yeah, Sewing doesn't want to, he's not comfortable taking that 3-point shot out there. He wants to put the ball on the floor, get a foul, get to the basket. He's always jumping into the defender. Good defense that time by Peyton Sanford.
Fran McCaffrey uses the use it or lose it timeout. Speaking of Coach McCaffrey, Bobby and I and Fran will be out at the Hyatt Regency. Hi to Matt and the crew out at the Iowa River Landing and the beautiful Hyatt Regency. Weekly radio shows coming up next Monday night from 7 until 8:30. Always have a great crowd out there. Appreciate your listenership, but come on out if you can. We're at the Hyatt Regency Hotel and Conference Center, right inside the Edgewater Grill and Bar in the Iowa River Landing in Coralville. Our next show Monday night, 7 to 8:30. Hopefully we're talking about a pair of victories over the Buckeyes and those upstart, hard-charging Northwestern Wildcats.
Playing as good as anybody in the conference right now. Should be a heck of a game. Sunday night, 5:30 tip.
Right now the Hawks have 31 seconds. About a 7-second difference shot clock to game clock as Perkins works the dribble in on Roddy Gale. 20 seconds for the first half. 13 to shoot for the Hawks, who lead it by 8. 44-36. Perkins for Connor McCaffrey. Wants to get it to Chris Murray. Now to Tony. He'll rainbow another 3 up there. Good again. Back-to-back trays for the percolator. Hawks up 11, 47-36. And a steal, a near steal. They'll force something up at the halftime buzzer and hit the front of the rim. Likely almost talked it down. Now the Hawks led by 2 in Columbus. The Buckeyes had a big second half to win it going away, 93-77. Tonight, it's Iowa by 11 as the Hawkeyes finish the first half with a 12-0 run and 15-3 overall in the final 4.5 minutes of the first half. Budweiser halftime coverage coming up. We'll recap it for you next. Iowa 47, Ohio State 36 at the intermission. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
2 seconds on the clock. Shot from half court for the win. It's good! Speed, power, performance. That's what it all comes down to, folks. And that's why Extreme, powered by Mediacom, is the Internet of Champions. Experience game-winning speeds up to 1 gig, unbeatable reliability, advanced whole home Wi-Fi, and a team of local employees who will do whatever it takes to keep you ahead. Score big with Extreme. Call 844-4FASTER-42s. Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Bud and Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. And by Bud Light, it's for the fans. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Iowa 47 and Ohio State 36 at halftime. Welcome back to our coverage courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Bud Light, Hawk fans. Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch proudly welcome Hawk fans to Carver Hawkeye Arena this season. Bud Light is for the fans. Iowa struggled mightily from the three-point line for the first 15 minutes, then reined in 5 in succession, Bobby, in the final 4 minutes and 30 seconds of the half, to go from 1 down to 12 up.
Yeah, that was impressive, Gary, no doubt about it. And inside 4-minute timeout, you're looking to get that momentum going to the locker room, try to stretch that lead up to 10 plus, and the Hawkeyes now leading by 11. But look at the three-point numbers. The Hawkeyes 7 of 18 with those final 5 straight three-point field goals made. Doing a nice job, and I think defensively working hard, making life difficult for Sensabaugh, who had 28 against the Hawkeyes over there. Only Sean McNeil has really hurt the Hawkeyes here in the first half. He's 3 out of 3 from deep.
Hawkeyes turned Ohio State over 9 times in the first half. 9-0 Iowa in points off turnovers, and 5-0 in second chance points. The Hawks out-rebounded the Buckeyes by 4.
Yeah, that's key, and the control in the paint there as well. Points in the paint. The Hawks are doing a nice job on Big Zed Key, but you're right, Gary. Those 6 offensive rebounds, add those to those total of 17 out-rebounding Ohio State 17-13. No offensive rebounds for the Buckeyes.
We'll review it all in the Hy-Vee stat recap in just a minute. Let's look at the charity stripe review. How did the Hawks do from the foul line in the first half. Well, they weren't there much, just 3 times, made 2. Ohio State was a critical stat for the Buckeyes. 11 for 11. They were in the bonus early. Hopefully the Hawks can even that out in the second half. That's the Charity Stripe recap, courtesy of Latham High-Tech Seeds. The Hawks have a diverse combination of talent, and at Latham High-Tech Seeds, you'll find the most diverse portfolio in the industry. Diversify for success at lathamseeds.com. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification from Carver Hawkeye Arena. You're listening to Iowa Basketball. .47, Ohio State 36 at the break. Back to Carver in a minute. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
When it comes to great sounding deals, sometimes the only thing you can trust is that there's something they're not telling you. So when we tell you that at US Cellular you can choose from any unlimited evolved plan and get $700 off any phone with no hidden requirements and no trade-in needed, you're probably thinking, yeah, right. But in this case, that actually is right. Because at US Cellular, you actually can trust that we mean what we say. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
Westbend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned business across Iowa. Businesses like Hip Hope, who are hosting the Many Shades of Color Young Women's Conference on March 4th. For more information about this event, be sure to Google Many Shades of Color Conference. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses across all Iowa communities.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Halftime, the Hawkeyes with a 13-0 run to finish the period outraced Ohio State to the locker room, leading it now by 11 at 47-36. Our halftime stat recap is sponsored by Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. And remember, this all happened with Philip Rebracha on the bench. He only played 10 minutes in the first half, hit 4 of 5 from the field. He had 8 points before he had to go to the bench, saddled with his second foul. Iowa got hot late in the period, hit 19 of 37 shots, 7 of 18 from 3, and made 2 out of 3 free throws. Out-rebounding the Buckeyes 17-13. For Ohio State, they only got 21 shots because of the 9 turnovers. 10 of 21, 5 of 6 from distance, and 3 of the 5 belonged to sharpshooting Sean McNeil, the West Virginia transfer. The Buckeyes led in scoring by Sean McNeil's 11, 9 for Bryce Sensabaugh, the freshman, who had 4 turnovers, 8 points for freshman guard Bruce Thornton, a half a dozen for Justice Sewing. Sewing led Ohio State with 4 rebounds. For the Hawkeyes, 2 in double figures. Tony Perkins with 12, Peyton Sanford with 10. Peyton with a couple threes, hit 4 of 8 shots. Perkins 5 of 8 with 2 from distance. 8 points for Philip Rebracha, 7 for Chris Murray, Chris has 3 rebounds, as does Sanford and Connor McCaffrey. 5 points for Aaron Eulis, 2 free throws, for Patrick McCaffrey. 12 lead changes and 2 ties, but the Hawks, with that flourish at the end of the half, lead Ohio State 47-36. Iowa's last 5 field goals of the first period were threes. That's our Hy-Vee stat recap, with the Hawks up by 11. Back with a scoreboard in just a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
We're at halftime, courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. The Hawks leading Ohio State 47-36 with a 13-0 run to end the period. Elsewhere, scores courtesy of U.S. Bank. Number 3 Purdue went down again tonight on the road at Maryland, 68-54. Number 2 Houston has now defeated SMU 80-65, and with Alabama losing at Tennessee last night, you'd have to think Houston will be the new number 1 next week. Middle Tennessee upset 25th ranked Florida Atlantic 74-70. Hawkeye women won last night by 30 over Wisconsin. Head to Nebraska on Saturday. The Hawkeye wrestlers and longtime rival Oklahoma State, number 2 versus number 6 here at Carver on Sunday afternoon. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly MedFarm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you? Got ripped off? Didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of a better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skoglund Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Second half up and coming right now. Bobby Hansen is in the tunnel with Hawkeye assistant coach Courtney Eldridge on tonight's first half. Iowa leads by 11, sponsored by John Deere.
Coach, first half, defense was solid. You didn't turn the basketball over. You turned them over, but broke this game open with three-point shooting. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, we gotta limit them from making threes and getting them off the free throw line. I think that's the difference in the game. They don't make 11 free throws. This is an 18-point game. So we got to do a better job of staying disciplined, not putting them on the free throw line. And this first 5 minutes is going to be key.
Okay, Coach, thank you.
Courtney Eldridge with Bobby Hansen, brought to you by your Iowa John Deere dealer, including Van Wall Equipment in Marshalltown. Van Wall Equipment, one of those proud Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. Saw a lot of Gators with green and gold on it today, pushing snow around Coralville and Iowa City.
Absolutely. Nice little machines that they have with all the attachments and you can put on those Gators, and I bet a bunch of them have the covers and they probably get heaters inside as well.
Courtney mentioned the fouls and the free throws. Ohio State 11 of 11. Rebraca back out on the floor. He played just 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Got to get Phillip going. He had 4 field goals in the first half. He's the only one with 2 personal fouls. Thornton has 2 for Ohio State. The Hawks have the ball to start the second period, and here we go. Little figure-8 wave out front. It starts with an illegal move, an illegal screen on Tony Perkins, and Fran McCaffrey just looks straight at the floor. That's 2 on Tony. So Ohio State gets the ball right away.
He just kind of fell into it after he handed off the dribble handoff and called for his second.
Roddy Gale Jr. with the basketball. They go right inside to Zed Keys, trying to get Rebraca to commit to his 3rd foul. Instead, he gets it to Sensabaugh. Sensabaugh spins, turns, and misses the jump shot. And a foul called on Ohio State. A weak side battle for the rebound. They're going to get Zed Key for over the back. Zed's hard to miss if he goes for the rebound.
He's having a tough night, too, here. Philip Rebraca just continues to battle him. Key held scoreless. I'm not sure he's shot. Yeah, he shot a couple times, did nothing. One rebound.
Here's Rebraca. Key playing with a very sore shoulder. Perkins from Rebraca. Rebraca spins away from a double team. They're looking for him inside. Murray finally gets him the ball left of the lane. He bangs into Key. Zed shuts him off and then blocks shot. Put back is good by Tony Perkins. Perkins caught it in midair. Tony was positioning for a weak side rebound putback, and the ball landed right in his lap, and he put it up and in. Big play by Tony.
Yeah, leading scorer for the Hawkeyes now with 14. He knew not to bring it down the floor because he was in the tall timber there. Just decided to almost like alley-oop up there over his head.
Hawkeyes extend their lead to 13, 1 minute into the second half. Thornton with the catch. We'll reset the lineups for you here momentarily. 5 to shoot. Thornton still 35 feet from the basket. Now Key throws up a jump shot, missed it. Rebounded weak side by Sensabaugh. Up and in. It curls over the top of the rim. Whistles.
Injury.
Why?
Injury.
Okay. Roddy Gale.
Yeah, get him out of there. He was really hobbling.
Connor McCaffrey couldn't do much with that. Sensabaugh 6'6", reached up over the top, got the ball, and put it back up and in. So Ohio State's first score of the second half. Here's Connor McCaffrey for Chris Murray. He drives hard to the basket. Pop-up jumper is good in the lane. Chris, he wants the ball here early on. 2 minutes gone, second half. Iowa 51, Ohio State 38. Ulis, Connor McCaffrey, Philip Rebraca, Chris Murray, and Tony Perkins on the floor for the Hawkeyes. Here's Thornton. The weak side drive by Sensabaugh. He's shut off by Perkins. Now to Thornton. Connor bodying up on him. Shuts him off with 7 to shoot. Here's McNeil's pass tipped. Right to Key. 4 to shoot. Key throws it away. Tried to jump past to Sensabaugh. Ulis comes up with a steal off the poke away by Connor McCaffrey. Ulis scores at the other end. Took it all the way in deep, Bobby. Looked for some teammates that were open. Nobody's open. So, okay, I'll take it.
That's a confident point guard right there. You're exactly right, Gary. He had his head up. He's looking around to drop the pass to somebody. Nobody comes open, and he's got that mid-range game. Aaron Ulis now with 7.
Hawks by 15, 53-38. Key, nice move. Looked to the lane, went back to the baseline, and jump shot it in off the glass.
First basket of the game for Zed Key.
Here's Ulis trying to match it. He's hammered, scores, and Zed Key is hurt again with that left shoulder.
Yeah, he's grabbing it.
And he's going to have to come out of the game. He's been playing with it all year long, and he is really in pain. He wears a heavy shoulder brace, and that limits his movement. He's going to want to come back in, but Aaron Ulis drove the ball right down the floor, inviting contact, hit the jump shot, got knocked to the floor, and was the foul on Key?
Yeah, it was on Key. He kind of stumbled into him, and with that left shoulder, and my shoulder's starting to hurt just watching him in pain.
You got to give the kid credit. He's got a lot of courage. Oh, he's not coming out. He just went to the bench, said, Coach, I'm going to stay in. Great character guy. Aaron has a chance for the and one. It's up and in. He's a great free throw shooter. And the Hawks are up 16, 56-40. Not quite 3 minutes deep in the second half. The 1-2-2 is employed. McNeil got away with a shove off on Perkins. He brings the ball down the sideline. Lost the dribble momentarily. Got it back. Connor McCaffrey really harassing him. He has nowhere to go. And now throws it away. Pried away by Murray. And then kicked away. Good job by Aaron Ulis. The crowd loves Aaron Ulis' effort there. Chris Murray got a hand on it. Thornton was getting it under control when Aaron came in and ripped it out of there, but he kicked it, inadvertently kicked it out of bounds.
I'm telling you, the Hawks are a step ahead of Ohio State here all night long, and they're just flying around defensively, and the crowd loves the effort.
They're really getting them after him defensively now. 6 to shoot. And Ohio State, McNeil is going to lob up a long 3, good at the buzzer. And this kid is in a zone. Man, oh man.
That's 200 for his career. That's why kick and shoot.
That was a memorable one. Iowa had a 16-point lead. Now it's 13. Now it's back to 15. Well, the Iowa guards are like the Ohio State guards. In the first half, they're driving right to the rim and popping in short jumpers.
Great mid-range pull-up jumper that time. Tony Perkins, give him 16.
58-43 Iowa. We've played not quite 4 minutes. 16:08 to go in the game. The Hawks are up 15. Here's Key running away from Rebraca. Now backs the dribble into Phillip. Throws his shoulder into him, of all things, and hits the jump hook. 58-45. Not much Rebraca can do there. Played him as well as you can without fouling him.
Second basket for Zed Key, and as you said, using that sore left shoulder. Oh, he hurt it again.
Here's Rebraca, dunks it in over Key. He turned and ran into Key, and that'll bring us to an official's timeout on the floor. Well, Zed's got to come out, whether he wants to or not.
Yeah,
I mean,
can't hurt the kid like that.
He's in a ton of pain, and Rebraca just gobbled him up. That he's been known to do to opposing centers all season long. He turned, threw the shoulder into him, and Zed went down, crumpled like a piece of paper, and Phillip went up and soft dunked it. Timeout on the floor, 60-45 Iowa, with 15:46 to play in the ballgame here at Carver. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Search BudMary.com. BudMary.com. Take Ed Podolak's advice. BudMary.com and learn more. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned business across Iowa. Businesses like Hip Hope, who are hosting the Many Shades of Color Young Women's Conference on March 4th. For more information about this event, be sure to Google Many Shades of Color Conference. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses across all Iowa communities.
Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Hey, Hawk fans, you own your own health insurance. Let me remind you, Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Give it up for plans you can afford. Check out Wellmark.com, Wellmark.com/hoops, and compare plans. Bobby, up 60-45 is Iowa. It's been a great run to the end of the first half and a great start to the second period.
Yeah, it's been a big run here. 13-9 start for the Hawkeyes here in the second half, but they finished that second half, or the first half there, with a 12-0 run. So by my count, that's 25-9, and Hawks are playing well. Made 6 of their last 6 shots here. Key went to the locker room. The big fella's out with a bad shoulder. He looked like he was in a lot of pain walking out of here. So I really like the way the Hawks are playing, especially on the defensive end, Gary.
And the offensive balance isn't bad. Tony Perkins, 16, and then 10 each for Rabracha, Aaron Eulis, Peyton Sanford. Chris Murray's got 9. Hawks are spreading the wealth around and now shooting 57% for the game. Ohio State, not bad, 52%. But the Hawks have 11 more field goals than the Buckeyes and 1 more three-point goal. Now, Ohio State made all 11 of its free throws in the first half. Iowa's only 3 of 4, but the Hawks will take those numbers.
Yeah, keep them off the free throw line here in the rest of the second half here. Play without fouling and just continue this stellar defensive performance here in this game against Ohio State. They knew they had to bring it because they did not bring it over in Columbus, and this is payback time for the Hawks.
Hawks have hit 6 of their first 7 shots here in the second half. In it comes Thornton to Sewing. Hawks apply that 1-2-2 pressure. They've turned Ohio State over 10 times. McNeil, who hit that big buzzer-beating 3 a moment ago, or the Buckeyes would really be in trouble, has it. Leaves it for Thornton. Right side Sewing. He drives into Aaron Eulis, who's not given ground. Now drives into a double team. Rabracha came to help with 7 to shoot. Connor all over McNeil, who drives in and scores around him. Connor bit on the fake of the 3, and McNeil's had the hot hand tonight for Ohio State. Fortunately, he's been the only one. Sensabaugh's got a few field goals, but a lot of turnovers. 60-47 Hawkeyes. Murray, a standstill 3 is good. Couple baskets for Chris in the second half. He's in double figures with 12.
Another assist from Connor. I think that's 6 assists, no turnover for Connor. It's a great game for young McCaffrey.
Hawkeyes match their biggest lead at 63-47. Here's Felix Akpara. He throws it away. He's in for the injured Key. Tony, a race to the other end and misses the dunk. And Akpara runs it down in the corner. Tony left the ground a little bit too soon, had a long flight to the runway, and a 7-footer chasing him down. 63-47. Got to love the effort. 14-23 left to go in the game. Ohio State misses a short hook by Akpara left of the lane. McCaffrey with a rebound. Connor doing it in the defensive end again. Here's Perkins, gets to the lane, throws up a shot. This one went down. Much better the conventional way.
18 now for TP, and that's 6 points, 3 made baskets in the second half, and Hawks doing it on the defensive end, leading to these offensive runouts.
Well, you can live with Perkins' missed dunk when he plays with that kind of aggression. That's what Fran McCaffrey loves. Sewing double team, finds an outlet in Thornton. Iowa up 18. Here's a corner 3. That's no good. Ohio State settling for tough jump shots now. Hawks up 18. Eulis slip pass inside to Murray. He was shoved out of bounds by Sewing. 13:37 to play in the game, and the Hawkeyes lead is 65-47. Now's your chance to make a difference, Hawk fans. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa men's basketball, serving charities throughout eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. Substitution, McNeil comes out for Ohio State. Hawkeye basketball. Chris was not in the act of shooting. Center of the floor for Connor McCaffrey. Connor, here's a whistle hold on Okpara as he's grabbing onto Rebracha, and it'll be Iowa ball underneath out of bounds.
Foul call number 34, Felix Okpara. That's his second. Team foul number 4 on the Hawkeye.
He's got 2 fouls. Zed Key is in the locker room with that bad shoulder. Okpara asking for a clarification on that last call. In it comes to Rebracha. To Ulis, who's had a big night. Aaron takes the dribble right wing, now heads to the basket, and he's fouled. And 2 free throws coming. Tony Perkins hit the deck.
Foul call number 13, Isaac Likely. That's his
Isaac Likely, who had 18 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists against the Hawks over in Columbus. Give me his line, Robert.
Likely, yeah, 2 fouls, 1 basket, scored the first half. Non-factor.
Iowa's guard aggression here is paying off at the free throw line now. Aaron Ulis hits the first. 2-shot foul there after the foul on Likely. And Aaron, he's in double figures. He's got 11. Okpara comes out. And the little used Eugene Brown III, who's been in concussion protocol for a good portion of the season, comes in. Now the Buckeyes give up a lot of size. Brown is 6'7", 195. Connor McCaffrey and Aaron Ulis come out to a great roar from the crowd, and Peyton Sanford had the big first half, is in the game along with Patrick McCaffrey. It's a 7-0 Iowa run. Hawks just keep throwing firepower out there, don't they?
Yeah, really do. And offensive firepower. And what's impressive in this one, Gary, is their defensive alertness.
Sensabaugh misses a transition 3 and then commits the foul on Peyton Sanford as he chopped him. Not a foul.
Just knocked it out of bounds.
Oh, okay. Boy, a lot of contact there, but Peyton thought he was fouled. We play on. Iowa up 20 after the Ulis free throws, and now they've got the ball right back. 67-47 Hawkeyes. Sanford, a bounce right of the lane to Rebracha. He drives hard into
the flop. Another flop.
Eugene Brown, who hit the deck, and 3 fouls on Rebracha. He just stares up at the ceiling and walks to the other end of the floor, and with 12:57 to play in the game, it looks like flop number 2 tonight. Fran's going to have his say. You know, the other day in Minnesota, they let all that go. I think he's upset with the inconsistency in that call. It's not an easy call to make, or in this case it has been. Here's a shot up and good in the lane by Likely. Don't let him get going. So after the turnover on Iowa, thanks to the charging foul, Hawkeyes give up a basket. 67-49 Iowa. Connor, a nice give and a go with Tony Perkins, and he lays it up and in. How many guys could recognize that, see it? Eye contact. Connor McCaffrey does.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pass right there. Nobody at the rim, and that's a shove off.
Yeah, that's pretty easy by Sensabaugh. Connor makes. Oh, that's not on. Oh, it is on Sensabaugh. Yeah. Okay, I was right the first time. Yeah, that was an easy call to make. Sensabaugh has been out of control all night long. 27 he hung on the Hawks over in Columbus. He was scoring at all 3 levels, but tonight Iowa's defense has been a difference maker.
It's been a total difference in this one. Just you can see how intense they are and alert. Call the loose balls.
Connor McCaffrey to Chris Murray. Connor working on a 7-assist game and still 12 minutes to play. Right back inside to Chris Murray it goes. Step back 3, no good. Long rebound comes out to Peyton Sanford. Patrick McCaffrey 4-3. God!
Another assist.
Assisted by brother. The pass came out top. Connor rifled it into the corner to Patrick McCaffrey, and he crushed it. 72-49 Iowa. Here's a drive and a score, a layup. Suing went around Chris Murray. Chris let him go. 72-51 Iowa. 11.5 to play in the game. And the Hawkeyes well on their way, even with all this time remaining, well on their way to victory number 17, should the defense continue to play like this. Sanford drives hard into the lane. Looks for an outlet. Who else? Connor McCaffrey. Connor takes it in deep, and he's handcuffed. That'll be a foul either on Suing or on Eugene Brown. It is on Suing. The Hawks are in the bonus. From here on out, 11:14 to play in the game. Iowa 72, Ohio State 51. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. What connections do you have to corn? Those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye Sports than Wimmer's Meats. Wimmer's hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawks. Wimmer's. Hawks up 21. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
When it comes to great sounding deals, sometimes the only thing you can trust is that there's something they're not telling you. So when we tell you that at US Cellular you can choose from any unlimited evolved plan and get $700 off any phone with no hidden requirements and no trade-in needed, you're probably thinking, yeah, right. But in this case, that actually is right. Because at US Cellular, you actually can trust that we mean what we say. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
In Iowa City. Thanks for joining us on the Hawkeye Radio Network tonight. 11:14 to play in the basketball game, of the Hawks trying to get to 9-6 and continue that pecking order, that climb to the top of the ladder, or close to the top of the Big Ten. Purdue went down again tonight, 68-54 on the U.S. Bank scoreboard, courtesy of Maryland. I'll tell you, Maryland, unbeatable at home. Kevin Willard doing a great job in his first year with the Terps.
That's an impressive win. We saw Purdue recently, and they got a lot of weapons, but Maryland took it right to them and won going away.
Here, the Hawkeyes have 14 points off 12 Ohio State turnovers, 10 second chance points, and those have been two key stats. Ohio State 14-2 for Iowa in points off turnovers, 10-2 in second chance points, 7-0 in fast break points. And the Hawks have 10 more paint scores, many of those early here in the second half, with Ulis and Perkins taking the ball hard into the lane.
It's been impressive. I really like the pace that they're playing at, Gary. They're in the attack mode, as you mentioned, and great scouting here, great game plan. Courtney Eldridge and everybody just looking for, little bit of payback, if you will. I don't want to use the word revenge, but embarrassed over there a little bit at Ohio State when they dropped 93 points at Hawkeye's worst defensive performance of the year, but making amends here this evening.
One of their better ones here. Connor McCaffrey made the free throw after Likely jumped in the lane. That little hesitation. Fran and the official having a laugh. Did you see that? The official, I saw it. Would have been a do-over. Connor makes them both. Hawks are in the bonus for the rest of the game. That is 11 minutes and 13 seconds from now. 74-51. The Hawks with their biggest, widest margin of the night. Here's Roddy Gale, right of the lane for Likely. Jump passes to the baseline. Now to the wing. Suing for three. It's no good. Rebounded Connor McCaffrey. Outlets for Sanford down the near sideline to a trailing Tony Perkins. Perkins Two-bounce dribble now to the center of the floor. Hawks want to run the half-court sets, run some time here.
Absolutely. Got a 23-point lead. Just run that offense and wear them out on the defensive end.
Sanford, great penetration to Tony Perkins. Has the shot blocked as he went up. And the ball go over to Ohio State. Good recovery by the Buckeye defense there. Peyton Sanford did a great job getting into the paint.
Yeah, he certainly did. And a couple more trips like that down the court, and you're going to see Ohio State sort of fold to 10.
Buckeye basketball. Sewing, who missed a three a moment ago, throws it high post left. Now baseline right. No shot there for Gale. And here's a... What did he do? Lose the pass? Tanner Holden just went up for the shot, lost the ball right to a teammate. 8 to shoot. Here's a jump shot. Good. Left of the lane by Holden. Well, he got the ball back eventually and hit the 15-footer. Halfway through the second half, 10:04 to go. Iowa 74, Ohio State 53. Hawks are shooting 77% in the second half. Here's McCaffrey. Oh, and a cut and a dunk by Perkins. Great feed by Connor McCaffrey. Connor drew the double team. Why, I'm not sure. He was just left of the lane. Perkins straight to the basket, and a no-looker from McCaffrey found him in stride.
Yeah, it's another assist for Connor. I think that's 9 on the game.
The Hawks just force turnover number 13 on Ohio State. Sewing harassed by a double team, double dribbled. 9:40 to play. Hawks up 23 with the basketball. Matches their biggest lead of the night. Connor McCaffrey for Sanford. Ooh, double clutched on a three. Had it. Unselfish. Goes to Chris Murray. Now to right back to Sanford. Peyton one-on-one. Backs his man in. Leaves it to a cutting Connor McCaffrey, who pops it up and in. Cutting to the basket again. This is an amazing display of attacking the rim by Iowa here in the second half, Bobby.
Doing a nice job moving without the basketball, never standing in their place, and the Hawks offensively are finding the guys open for assists. That's 18 assists on 31 made baskets.
Tanner Holden misses a three and then racing for the rebound, runs over Chris Murray. They both end up on the floor with the ball, and a jump ball is called. So it goes over to the Hawkeyes. Connor's basket made it 78-53. The Hawks are blowing the lid off Ohio State and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Up 25 with 9:05 to go in the game. Bruce Thornton comes back in. Georgia Player of the Year. Sensabaugh, the Florida Player of the Year. But these two freshmen doing some growing up tonight. They have been schooled. McCaffrey, Connor posting up down low with Thornton on him. Much smaller Thornton. Now Murray with a pass fake, drives to the basket, shot up, had it stripped on the way up, taken away by Ohio State. Good job by Eugene Brown Jr. He gets it to Thornton. To the left wing for Roddy Gale. Here's a corner three, jump shot no good by Thornton. Ohio State struggling throwing. In transition, Murray with a great catch and a layup. Connor McCaffrey hit 92 on the Jugs gun, and Murray somehow caught that pass in transition. He's got a big smile on his face. Like he's telling Connor, can you break that off into a curveball next time? And a great catch by Murray, and he lays it up and in. What body control at 6'8".
What a pass is what I saw right there. That was Patrick Mahomes like. He put it right on the money on a post route by Chris Murray. And Chris gobbled it up, and that's an easy one for me. Thank you very much.
Connor McCaffrey's in double figures. 10 assists.
No turnovers. 10
rebounds Sunday at Minnesota. This guy is there for however you need him. Timeout on the floor. 8:22 to go in the game. Iowa 80, Ohio State 53. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Are you craving down-home comfort food? This is Jeff Grunder inviting you to the Machine Shed. We've got weekly features for everyone, starting off with our Kickin' Chicken Tuesdays with classic fried chicken. Then on Smokehouse Wednesdays, we have our slow-roasted hickory smoked ribs. And don't forget our Fish Fry Fridays with fresh North Atlantic cod. Each night is all you care to eat and comes with all the Machine Shed fixings. Bring the family and bring your appetite.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Hawkeye basketball from Carver. A lot of fun. The crowd that braved the wintry weather to come out tonight, they're enjoying it. 13,257 tickets were sold for this game. And I would guess there's a little under 10,000 here. Maybe some have left at the last time out. But whatever the number is, they've been vocal and they've been into it and they've been entertained and they've enjoyed it.
They have been, Gary, all the above. But what a great turnout on a snowy day here in eastern Iowa, all over Iowa for that matter. But they came here to see a lot of kids having a good time and seeing their Hawkeyes dominate the Buckeyes here 80-53 with 8.5 minutes to go. Impressive performances all around for the Hawkeyes. Tony Perkins, leading scorer, 22 points on 10 of 15 shooting, and then balance after that. He got 14 from Murray, 12. Aaron Eulis, 10. Philip Abracha, 10. Peyton Sanford, and 10 assists for Connor McCaffrey.
5 in double figures. And Bobby, I don't know about you, but I just see this team growing in confidence. Connor McCaffrey is the linchpin. He is the rope that has tied this group together. They feed off his ability to find open teammates, get rebounds, assists.
And they run the floor. When Connor gets the rebound, he's looking ahead to make that pass just like he threw it out to Chris.
And steals. I mean, he just is doing it all. Here's McNeil, a great shooter. Leaves it for Thornton, the left wing. Thornton takes the dribble into the paint on Tony Perkins. Tony's got him swallowed up defensively. 8 to shoot. 8:05 to play in the game. McNeil back to Thornton. He's double teamed. Connor's reaching for a steal and almost came up with it. It's out of bounds off of McCaffrey. We have another officials timeout on the floor. 7:58 remaining in this game. 7:58. All that stands between the Hawkeyes and win number 17 on the year and number 9 in the Big Ten. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by our friends at Authentic Brand. Our broadcast team is decked out in Authentic here at the table tonight. You catch us on TV, catch the layout, would you? Golf shirts, polos, pullovers. Authentic has it all. Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brand's premium sportswear serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best in the Authentic Brand label. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
US Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point of sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what US Bank is for. US Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
This is Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye basketball. Iowa enjoying its biggest lead, 80-53 over Ohio State. If you joined us late, the Hawkeyes led by 11 at halftime. They scored the final 13 points of the first half. 15-3 was the run overall across 5 minutes, and all 15 points came on three-point goals. The Hawks couldn't throw it in the ocean from distance to start the game for the first 10-12 minutes, and then got hot. And when they got hot, they stayed hot. Iowa on the game, 9 for 21. I remember one of Bobby's keys in the pregame show was get to 10 threes and you win the basketball game. The Hawks are at 9. Connor McCaffrey with 10 assists, one away from a career high. The single game assist record for an individual is 16 by Cal Wolfsburg. Almost 50 years ago.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, that is.
I remember when Cal played, and nice job, but I don't know if we got enough time and Connor will be in the game and opportunity to break that record, but he has been impressive here in tonight's game and been the leader of this entire effort against Ohio State. And it started out with his defense on Bryce Sensabaugh early in the game.
Connor will be our star of the game. We could pick from a number of Hawkeyes. Peyton Sanford got the Hawks going with his perimeter shooting in the first half when Ohio State had a lead. Here's McNeil, scores at the shot clock buzzer. This guy's unconscious.
Tonight he is.
Wow.
No doubt about it. He got
18, I think.
Yeah, he's got 18. There you go.
Looking at your scorebook. And, he's a transfer from... How did Huggy let him get away? I guess if he's a grad transfer. Here's Iowa, though, right back, scoring 2. Gets rid of it back. There's 11 assists for Connor McCaffrey. Back cut by Chris Murray, and he jams it through. 16 for Chris. 7:25 to go in the game. It's 82-55 Iowa. And a near steal by Tony Perkins. McNeil got away with a shove off to prevent Tony from getting to the ball. McNeil from Union, Kentucky. Calipari apparently wasn't interested in him. Boy, he can flat out shoot it. McNeil is 6 of 6. Here's another long jumper, this time by Bruce Thornton, the freshman. Ohio State momentarily hot. That's 7 threes for the Buckeyes, 7 of 13. Hawks are 9 for 21. 82-58, 7 minutes to go in the game. Patrick McCaffrey is back in the game. The McCaffrey brothers are out there with Perkins, Sanford, and Chris Murray. Connor in the lane. Hooks a pass to a cutting Tony Perkins. Pop-up jumper good. Another teardrop. Iowa's had 7 or 8 of those 5-foot jumpers by attacking the glass.
Yeah, finding the opening in that Ohio State defense there. Connor was the wheel man there. I think it's a little zone they're playing. They're getting tired, but found Tony for his 24th point.
Hawks by 26 with 6.5 to go. Thornton lobs up another 3. This one's long and rebounded by Patrick McCaffrey. Took it away from brother. Perkins across the midcourt stripe on a walk with the ball. Murray drives hard to the right baseline. He's knocked off stride and will get free throws. 18 fouls on Ohio State. 6:07 to play. Iowa 84, Ohio State 58. Hawkeye basketball is coming your way courtesy of the Iowa Lottery. Win some sweet seats for the NCAA basketball tournament at Wells Fargo in Des Moines, or a Minnesota Timberwolves game in Minneapolis. Enter non-winning Money Madness or Tripler scratch tickets in the VIP club. Find more info at ialottery.com. ialottery.com. 1 of 2 free throws for Chris Murray. And the Ohio State transition beats the Hawks down the floor, much to the disappointment of Fran McCaffrey. And a layup is good by Tanner Holden. One of the few times the Hawks have been beaten back down the floor. 85-60, Iowa by 25. Connor McCaffrey, no look pass to Sanford in the corner. A three is no good, a little strong. Patrick McCaffrey at 6'10", gets the rebound. To Connor, right back to Patrick in the corner. Now to a cutting Connor McCaffrey. Here's Chris Murray. Stand still three. Good! Wow. Shot fake, and the defender went flying by into the seats, and Chris, wide open look at a triple, knocked it down.
20 points for Chris, and that is three-point field goal made, number 10.
They got to your key to the game.
Another guy hurt.
10 for 23 is Iowa. Buckeye hits the deck. That's Eugene Brown. He's had concussion issues all year. Chris, they ran him into a screen. Sensabaugh's back in for Ohio State. He's not been a factor tonight. Has 11 points, but had 27 in Columbus. And he's had about as many turnovers as he's had points. Here's a shot fake, a drive, and a score by, again, young Tanner. All right, take that back. That's Roddy Gale. 5 minutes to play, 88-62. A little ragged here the last couple minutes. Patrick McCaffrey throws up a three. That's strong. Rebounded by Okpara. Chris Murray got his hand on it. Both teams rushing their shots now. Roddy Gale, right baseline, works the dribble in on Connor McCaffrey. And a blocking foul called on Connor. 88-62 Iowa. Hawks have led by as many as 27. Chris Murray comes out of the game nonchalantly. Another 20 points. Another solid evening for Chris. 20 points. Josh Dix comes in for Connor McCaffrey, who gets a great hand, as well he should. Connor, what's his line look like?
13 assists.
Unbelievable. 3 shy of the single game record. 7 points, 13 assists,
no
6 rebounds. Okpara free for a dunk in the lane for Ohio State. The only tall timber out there for the Hawks is Patrick McCaffrey at 6'10". Sanford's around 6'7". Desante Bowen is shoved just into the game. 4:17 to play, 88-64. Iowa's lead at 24. Foul on Roddy Gale, so Desante Bowen has been a good free throw shooter. Hasn't been to the line much this year, but he was well over 70% early in the season. He's right at 70 now. 9th team foul on the Buckeyes, and Desante misses the free throw. Hawks hustle back. Here's Likely for Sensabaugh. Backdoor cut and a layup for McNeil. Nice pass by Sensabaugh there. And McNeil adds to his total. He's got 20 to lead the Buckeyes. Sean McNeil. Now a throwaway again by the Hawkeyes against the Ohio State pressure. Josh Dix almost re-steals. It's out of bounds. 3:49 to go in the game. We'll come to an official's timeout. Fran McCaffrey's really going to chew the fat here as he's trying to coach these reserves up, especially against pressure.
Yeah, never quit, never stop. Lessons learned in every possession.
88-66. This will help Iowa's depth going forward. It's a long season. 3:49 to go in the game. Hawks are up by 22. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, the wait is over. The Iowa men's and women's basketball teams are back on the court, and Shields has everything you need to cheer on your favorite players all season long. Take your game day gear to the next level with Shields Fan Shop. We have an unmatched lineup of gear, including jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more to help you show off your team colors. So gear up, Hawkeyes fans, and celebrate all season with Shields, a proud partner of Iowa basketball and hoops fans everywhere.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye basketball. Iowa shooting 72% in the second half, 16 of 22, 10 of 24 from three. They've got 15 more shots than Ohio State. The Buckeyes are shooting 60% second half, but on far fewer shots with 7 threes and 14 attempts. Sean McNeil has 4 of the 7. He's 7 for 7 from the field, including a layup. He's been the story offensively for Ohio State, but a one-man band is not going to get it done against the balance of these Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in double figures, led by Tony Perkins, 24, 20 for Chris Murray. Bobby, defensively in the second half especially, the Hawks have been even more impressive.
Yeah, they came out of the locker room with a purpose there, led by 11. By my count, they had a 12-0 run to finish the half there, and then they came out here and got after it again defensively. You're exactly right. It's been a different Hawkeye basketball team than we saw in Columbus. It started at the beginning of the game. Connor has 13 assists, but his defense on the freshman Bryce Sensabaugh let him know that he wasn't going to have an easy night here in Iowa City.
Well, that loss at Ohio State stung, certainly, and these two teams could easily face off again at the United Center in a month, the Big Ten tournament. Hawks trying to trying to get one of those first through fourth place double buys, which would really allow them to rest the bodies, but much to be done between now and then. Here's a turnover on Ohio State. No, they're going to leave it. Ball stays with Ohio State. Looked like Sensabaugh just lost the ball. He ran into Chris Murray. Or not Chris Murray, excuse me. Yeah, Chris is out there. I didn't think we'd see him the rest of the game. He's back in there. But Ohio State keeps it. Sensabaugh drives in and scores. He's tough to guard one-on-one. He went around the defender to the basket and laid it up and in. Right side of the lane. He's got 13 now for the night. Iowa's lead is 20, 88-68 with 3:20 to go. The Hawks will run as much of the shot clock as possible. Patrick McCaffrey from Tony. He jump passes to Ulis. His set shot 3 is short. Patrick McCaffrey with a rebound. He took a bat to the chops. And an official's timeout. We've got we got 2 injured players. McNeil for Ohio State and Patrick McCaffrey for the Hawkeyes. I don't know if they ran into each other or what, but
not sure. I think they did.
Yeah, they both pat each other on the backside. Looks like McNeil took the worst. Patrick's working the lower jaw. McNeil's going to come out of the game. I tell you, that kid can shoot. Woo. Bobby Hansen type shooter.
He's like Steve Kerr type of shooter. Little guy that can just fire. He's perfect on the night. 7 out of 7, 4 out of 4 threes.
14 to shoot for the Hawks. 3 minutes to play in the game. Iowa up 20. Here's Connor McCaffrey back in. Perkins left baseline. Inside to Patrick. Lays it up and in. Posted up down low. Tony. He's been penetrating that lane all night. The defense collapsed on him. Patrick P-Mac was wide open.
Yeah, nice job by Patrick moving. He's got 7 in the game.
And the Hawks hit 90. Here's a layup at the other end for Ohio State. Tanner Holden somehow got free for a practice layup. A bounce pass from to the wing. 90-70 Iowa. 2.5 to go. Connor McCaffrey and Patrick McCaffrey play catch. Here's Ulis left wing. To Connor, right side for Murray. 8 to shoot. Catch in the lane by Patrick. Turns, shoots, misses, and rebounded by Ohio State. They're running out, stolen away by Patrick McCaffrey. Chris Murray ended up on the floor with Likely. Here come the Hawkeyes back with the 14th turnover by Ohio State. 2 minutes to go in the game. Ulis. Ohio State letting Iowa run the clock. Shot clock down. 10 to shoot. Patrick to Chris Murray. Back to Patrick. He's open for three. No good. Just short. Ulis with a big tip out. New shot clock for the Hawkeyes. Boy, did Aaron get off the floor. Tipped it to Chris Murray, and the Hawks with a minute and a half to go. Just continue to count it down.
Yeah, the story of the game. The Hawks quicker to the basketball, first off their feet, and got all the 50-50 balls and dominated this game.
Ulis, a set shot three, no good. Rebound out of bounds, and it'll stay with, one official pointed Iowa. Now they've reversed the call. It'll stay with the Buckeyes. Tanner Holden will inbound. Hawks drop back into straight man coverage. 1:17 to go. Hawks will move to 17-9 on the season. Here's a running layup missed. And Patrick McCaffrey run into. Shot up and good by Tanner Holden. Patrick took a heck of a shot there, but he's okay. Roddy Gale actually ran into him. Got the layup after that. Here's a tip pass to Connor McCaffrey. Timeout asked for by Iowa. 30-second timeout. Stay with us for the postgame show courtesy of U.S. Cellular. 51.6 to play. 90-72. Ohio State has come back against a couple of patchwork lineups here by Iowa. Philip Rebracha has hardly played in the second half. Let's see. Philip played 17 minutes tonight. He got an early foul trouble, or first half foul trouble. It was very productive. And the Hawks didn't need him. He ended up with 10 points.
8 in the first half.
8 in the first half. He was part of that big drive, that big run to the locker room when Iowa scored 15 of the last 18 points in the half. So Fran's been playing mostly everybody here. Bowen got in for a brief moment. Ohio State made a little bit of a run, so you got some of the regulars back in the game. Connor McCaffrey and Patrick McCaffrey are in now with Chris Murray, Tony Perkins, and Aaron Ulis. And they'll finish the game. Into the backcourt it goes for Tony Perkins. 50 seconds to go. Iowa by 18, 90-72. Roddy Gale is shadowing Perkins. Tony around a screen by Patrick McCaffrey. Now to PMAC. He takes his man off the dribble, turns, shoots, and scores. That's about as pretty a move as you'll see as he took Felix Akpara to the cleaners.
Yeah, starting to get that rhythm back in his game. Patrick now with 9 points on that step-back jumper.
Long three, good by Sensabaugh. He pads his numbers a little bit here at the end of the game. 21 seconds to go. Ulis races into the front court. Jump passes to Connor McCaffrey. And the Hawkeyes will just run the clock out. Final score will be 92-75. Hawkeyes get the equalizer. And they split. Two teams split the regular season. Final score, Hawks 92, Buckeyes 75. Iowa basketball has been sponsored tonight by Honda Hawkeye basketball and the great Central Midwest Honda dealers. A great team, great combination all across the state. Stop in and see Smart Honda in Davenport. Tim Bothwell and Dan Kilmer at the controls. Thank you. Smart Honda in the Quad Cities. And the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series celebrates our student athletes and our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawks work hard all year, so do Iowa's corn farmers. Growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Iowa Corn. Stay with us for the U.S. Cellular postgame show as Iowa defeats the Buckeyes 92-75. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye Basketball. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. You know, that word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, you know, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Basketball players don't always get a second chance. But now with the Iowa Lottery, basketball fans do. Play Money Madness or Tripler Scratch tickets and you could win up to $100,000. Not a winner? Enter your ticket online or scan it in our app and you could win 2 VIP suite seats to see the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Men's National College Basketball Tournament. Play today at any Iowa Lottery retailer and enter your tickets to see March basketball from the suite seats.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by West Bend, the Silver Lining, Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Shields, right there with you. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Welcome to Carver Hawkeye Arena, our post-game coverage sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Before we get too far, too deep into it, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Iowa defeats Ohio State tonight, 92-75 on a wintry night in Iowa City and Johnson County. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Hawkeye Basketball. Hawks get their 17th win of the season, now 9-6 in the Big Ten. And Bobby Hansen, we can title this victory, the more the merrier, and everybody got involved.
They did. Balanced scoring by the Hawkeyes, 5 in double figures. Connor, a terrific game, going to be our player of the game. He scored 7, had 6 rebounds, but it was his passing, taking care of the basketball, 13 assists to lead the Hawkeyes, had no turnovers. He continues to dominate that assist to turnover ratio in the country. The #1 man, had a couple of steals. I just thought everybody was connected tonight. Defensively, right from the beginning, Connor was all over Sensabaugh and let him know it wasn't going to be his night.
Sensabaugh had 4 turnovers in the first half, but 3 first 2.5, 3 minutes, and it really set the stage for an Iowa run. They got up 7. Credit Ohio State. McNeil came off the bench and drilled 2, maybe 3 threes, as memory serves me correct. Ohio State got the lead back briefly at 31-30, and then came the final 4.5 minutes of the first half, and the First 3 minutes of the second half where the Hawks hit 5 consecutive threes down the stretch in that first half. Outscored the Buckeyes 15-3 going to the locker room. And then the run would become 26-9 in the first few minutes of the second half. They got up 20, stretched it to 27. And by midway through the period, you could see Ohio State go, wow. We're not going to come back from this deficit.
No, exactly right, Gary. And you're right. This game was won there, not only at the start, but that finish. To the half there with the three-point barrage came raining down on top of Ohio State, and then the way they started the second half. But the Hawks never took the foot off the gas, got a little bit sloppy there at the end, but that happens in a 20-plus point margin in a game. And the defensive job they did on Sensabaugh that really hurt them, likely hurt them over to Columbus, but not tonight.
Hawkeyes end up drilling 10 three-point goals in 27 attempts. Struggled from distance early, and then Peyton Sanford hopped off the bench, drilled a three. Everybody picked up off his lead. And then in the second half, it was Ulis and Perkins primarily, but everybody was attacking the paint. I'll be curious to hear what Fran has to say about not a change in philosophy, but the Hawks were just pounding the ball inside off the dribble drive and getting easy jumpers.
Well, he told us at Hawk Talk the other night that we needed to win the paint battle in there. You need to be able to get into the paint. You need to keep them out of there, and the Hawks did a great job. Philip Abracha, once again, he's undersized, but he outworked his opponent.
Gold stars behind a lot of names all over the score sheet and defensively, too. Iowa wins at 92-75. We'll be back to take it apart in just a minute here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Ahead, Connor McCaffrey is our Old Dominion best in the game. We'll hear from Connor. We'll also hear from head coach McCaffrey and from Ohio State's Chris Holtman. That's ahead on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. And when our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
What are you craving? The Wig & Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wig & Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
The U.S. Cellular Postgame Show continues. There were no plays for review tonight in Iowa's 92-75 win over Ohio State. Had there been, we gladly would have told you they're sponsored by Athletico. Physical therapy is the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery, but what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, you change everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Let's check the numbers on tonight's 17th win of the year for the Hawkeyes, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee, score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa led by 11 at half, 47-36. Outscored the Buckeyes 45-39 in the second half and win at 92-75. Hawks led by as many as 28 deep into the second half. For the game, Iowa shoots 37 of 65. That is 57%. Outstanding shooting, both from the perimeter, as it turns out, and driving the basketball to the rim, especially in the second half. Hawks did can 10 threes in 27 attempts, made 8 of 11 free throws. That's our charity stripe recap while we're at it, courtesy of Latham High-Tech Seeds. Iowa was 8 of 11 on the night. 3 for 3 was Aaron Eulis. He led the parade to the foul line. The Buckeyes did not shoot a free throw in the second half. 11 of 11 in the first half and 0 for in the second half. Didn't even make an attempt. That's the charity stripe recap. 73% for Iowa, 8 of 11. 100% for the Buckeyes, 11 of 11. Charity stripe updates courtesy of Latham High-Tech Seeds. Just like the Hawkeyes' diverse talents, no seed company has more trait and genetic diversity than Latham High-Tech Seeds. Thank you, Latham Seeds, for supporting Hawkeye basketball and the American Cancer Society through the Hawkeye Charity Stripe promotion all season long. Hawks out-rebounded the Buckeyes 30-22. And great balance. 5 in double figures led by Chris Murray, Tony Perkins, 24. Chris Murray had 20. 12. A dozen for Aaron Eulis. He had a big second half. 10 points for Philip Rebracha. 10 points for Peyton Sanford. 9 for Patrick McCaffrey. Solid off the bench as Patrick gets stronger and stronger. He logged nearly 21 minutes. And, of course, Connor McCaffrey's floor game is so essential to anything that Iowa does, where the word success is included in the paragraph. 10 rebounds Sunday. As I said, Sunday you're in double figures, 10 rebounds. Connor tops in the country in assist-to-turnover ratio at 3.5 to 1, almost 4 to 1. And tonight he had a career-best 13 assists, just 3 shy of the single-game record set by Cal Wolfsburg a few years ago.
I've never heard of that guy.
Yeah. You know, I think he married Lute Olson's daughter, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I'll double check on
Fun
that.
fact.
But yeah, Cal was a solid guard when Lute was getting the program going here in the 70s, and of course got this place built. Mm-hmm. And I know you're happy about that.
Oh, yeah. No, for sure.
You guys looked right at home tonight.
Yeah, no, we did. I really felt like from the start, great start, obviously, from us, get up 19-12. They made a little run. McNeil gets hot. He's a phenomenal shooter. He's a phenomenal shooter. But we got to, it's easy to shoot when his first 3 was open, second 3 was in rhythm, and then he's going. Yeah. Right. That's all a shooter needs is see 1 or 2 down. And so.
But you were contesting many of those.
Yeah, no,
7 for 7.
Right. But like my point, the first one wasn't contested.
No,
and it's
right.
A swish, hits
That's
nothing but
point.
net. And so then that's all a shooter needs to see. And so that's where you got to make the first one tough. And then maybe he's not feeling so good. He had to change his pocket a little because you're in his space, and then it's a little odd. Those are the kind of things you need to do to those snipers, and that's what we got to do better.
Okay, well, that's their highlight for the game. Now let's talk about Iowa and the balance. Connor McCaffrey with 13 assists, a personal best, and the most by a Hawkeye since Jordan Bohannon's 14 against Minnesota in, that can't be right, 2010? I mean, I know.
Maybe.
I know.
Maybe.
I know.
I don't know.
I know Jordan was here a few years, but 14 or 13, I don't think so. We'll double check that. Well, either way.
I think when that would have been. I don't think he ever had 14 when No, you know what he did? It was Garza. It was COVID year.
Okay.
So it was the year we shut down the tournament when Luka was just running in transition and he was just freaking throwing it into every time. Liam Robbins was still on Minnesota. I'm pretty sure that's when it is. So 2019?
Well, it's appropriate. It says 2010 because Bohannon's been accused of leaving the retired seniors home to come play here at Carver on a time or two. But he's doing all right in the G League right now. But anyway, back to modern day. Your complete floor game is, I think, better than ever, and so you're still motivated.
Yeah, no, absolutely, motivated, and really just every time I'm kind of counting my days. I only got 2 more out here, so anytime you get to come out here and play, I mean, freaking crowd was great on a night when it was a blizzard. I'm thinking coming in here, I'm expecting half full maybe. I mean, the crowd was unbelievable. So we got to credit them. Everybody driving home listening, thank you so much. That helps. But like I said, I'm trying to take advantage of every last moment I got.
What was most significant in the defensive improvement from Columbus a month ago to tonight, especially in the second half?
I felt like we really kind of locked in better to personnel. There are still some things we need to clean up, especially kind of at the end of the game. We got a little lax. I think we got up, 27 and melded in a little bit. That can't be what we're doing because we, always trying to get better. But to that point, I really think we locked into personnel, knowing who you're guarding and helping accordingly. Knowing guys' tendencies, and that comes with playing a team a second time as well.
You really locked in on Sensabaugh and flustered him early on. I think he had 4 turnovers in the first 10 minutes. Speaking of you don't want a guy to get going like he does. I mean, he can score from everywhere, but he got out of control, got out of whack, and he was flustered.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to try to do to a guy like him. I mean, he's a shot maker. I mean, he really, you can be in his face. He gets to a spot. He's 235. That's a big boy, and he puts that body into you, puts that butt into you, and it's hard to keep him from gaining any ground on you. So I try to do the best I could, be up in his space, make him a little uncomfortable. I felt like for the most part we did a pretty good job on him. He got loose a little bit at the end. I think he had like 5 points at the very end, maybe 7. But other than that, not bad.
The threes fell big time at the end of the first half. They started to fall midway through the period, but I was so impressed the way you guys were attacking the lane in that second half. Aaron and Tony really got you going in the second half there with those pop-up jumpers 5 feet away.
Yep. No, and they're so good at that shot, and it's a really hard shot to defend because a lot of teams are playing the drop, so they're giving you that shot. But like when you got guys who are elite at it completely changes up their coverage. And I mean, they had that. We had Phillip on a roll. We had back cuts open that you saw later in the game. I mean, and then, when they're making that, it's not like, you're shooting threes and the ball's bouncing all over the place on a miss. You're pretty much able to get your defense set and back and handle defensive transition.
Back out on the road, on to Northwestern. Who's playing better in the Wildcats? My goodness, Indiana and Purdue back to back.
Yeah, no, they've been on a tear. They've been on a tear.
They have, and you got them pretty good here, so they're going to be laying for you. But that's the Big Ten every night out, right?
Exactly. No easy ones. Easy ones.
Great job tonight, bud.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connor. Connor McCaffrey, our best in the game, sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Thanks to our friends at Old Dominion. Out of Kansas City as the Hawkeyes and Connor McCaffrey drop a 92-75 defeat on the Ohio State Buckeyes. Connor, again, 35 of the 40 minutes, 7 points, including a 3-point goal, 6 rebounds, made a couple free throws, had 13 assists, personal high 13 assists, just 3 short of the single-game record set by Cal Wolfsburg back in the 1970s, and threw in a couple steals for good measure. He was the quarterback. He was the catalyst. He was the guy that got Iowa into its offense, whether it was transition or half-court sets, and the Hawkeyes win at 92-75. Thank you, Old Dominion, for sponsoring our best in game. Hawkeyes win at 92-75. Let's finish up our Hy-Vee stat recap. 5 in double figures, Tony Perkins with 24, 11 of 16 for Tony. In fact, he is our hot Hawkeye, courtesy of Lennox, your Lennox dealers in Iowa, who are so important tonight all across the state. If you have some issues with your heating plant, see in Atlantic Air Solutions. Call Affordable Heating in Cedar Rapids. Seiler Appliance in Fort Dodge. Out in Mount Pleasant, it's Paul's Plumbing and Heating. And in the great state of South Dakota in Yankton, Kalen's Indoor Comfort. Tony hit 11 of 16 shots, many of those in the lane in that second half for a game-leading 24 points, logged 36 minutes, had a couple 3-point goals, 3 assists, couple rebounds, and a steal. Tony Perkins, our hot Hawkeye. Thank you, Lennox, a proud supporter of the Hawks for these many years. Perkins with 24, 20 for Chris Murray. Chris 8 of 13 from the field, including 3 threes. He had the trifecta. 12 points for Aaron Eulis. Solid floor game for Aaron tonight. Just one turnover, too. That's important. 10 for Peyton Sanford. He got the Hawks off and running in that comeback in the first half with a big 3 and then a 2. Philip Rebracha only played 17 minutes. They didn't need him in the second half. They gave Philip the rest of the night off. He had 10 points, made 5 of 7 shots, and 9 for Patrick McCaffrey. Connor McCaffrey with 7 and 13 assists. The Hawkeyes hit 37 of 65 shots and 10 threes, 8 of 11 from the free throw line. Out-rebounded Ohio State 30-22. The Buckeyes were led in scoring by Sean McNeil. The West Virginia transfer sharpshooter had 20. 16 for Bryce Sensabaugh, the flashy freshman. 11 for Bruce Thornton. 8 for Justice Suing. A half a dozen for Roddy Gale Jr. 4 points for the injured center, Zed Key. That shoulder just is really limiting him. The Buckeyes shoot 57%. Both teams shoot 57 for the game. The Buckeyes hit 28 of 49, 8 of 15 from distance, and all 11 free throws. Buckeyes, though, turned it over 14 times. The Hawkeyes had 16 points off those 14 turnovers and 12 more points off mistakes than did Ohio State. Iowa turned it over just 7 times. The Hawks assist 23 times on 37 baskets. That's off the charts. The Hawks force 7 steals and 3 block shots for Iowa, 2 of those by Chris Murray. Hawks get outscored by the Buckeyes bench 30-19. Iowa wins the battle of paint scores 44-36. Our paint recap is courtesy of Spahn & Rose. Contractors, you're busier than ever, but you've got this with high-quality building materials from Spahn & Rose, including GAF roofing. If your roof needs a workover or a makeover, use the Spahn & Rose Visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. With several Spahn & Rose locations, you can focus on life's other important things. Spahn & Rose, buy easier, build better. Iowa outscores Ohio State in the lane 44-36. Had a lot to do with those pop-up jumpers by Eulis and Perkins, especially in the second half. Hawks get 15 points on second chance opportunities, and that's due in large part to 11 offensive rebounds. 12 lead changes, 2 ties. Most of that in the first half. The Hawks close out the first half on a 13-0 run, 15-3 total over the final 5 minutes. To lead by 11 at the break, and they win it going away, 92-75. That's our Hy-Vee stat recap. We'll have more U.S. Cellular postgame show in just a minute. Fran McCaffrey's on deck with Bobby Hansen in the Hawkeye locker room. This is Iowa basketball from Learfield.
Turn it up. It's time to go next generation with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Get your gig on in every room, place, and space with Wi-Fi 360 Pro. And go full-on digital home with smart internet tech that lets you control and automate your home, lights, locks, cameras, and more from virtually anywhere. It's time to turn it up to the extreme. Call 844-4FASTER today to learn more about Extreme smart internet packages.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Hi, Gary Dolphin here. My Game Day apparel features the premium Authentic brand label. Authentic brand products are preferred by national corporate brands and should be your gear of choice too. Insist on the Authentic brand label from your supplier for your next merch project. Or visit authentic-brand.com and find an authorized distributor near you.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
92-75 Ohio State, and the Hawkeyes have at it tonight. The Hawkeyes get the win. Iowa now 17-9 on the year, and more importantly 9-6 in the Big Ten. We'll update those conference standings for you here shortly. The Hawks had 5 players in double figures. Tony Perkins led everybody with 24. The Hawks closed the first half on a 15-3 run to get the lead to 11 at halftime, and eventually led by 28 and win it 92-75. Let's get the thoughts of head coach Fran McCaffrey. He's in the locker room with Bobby Hansen. Sponsored by John Deere, your Iowa John Deere dealers, including Casey Nielsen and Tatanka.
Coach, impressive win here tonight over Ohio State. Not payback, but had a tough go with them over in Columbus, but you really put the defense on them early.
Yeah, I thought our defense was really good, Bobby. In the first half, they were 11 for 11 from the line, made 5 threes. And we were still up 11 because we had gotten a ton of shots. We turned them over a few times. We did not turn it over. You look at it, 23-7 assist turnovers for us, 13-0 for Connor. Unbelievable job. Just taking care of the guys, making sure everybody eats. I thought our guard play was really good. And we got a lead, and we extended it, and that's what you got to do.
Go talk about Connor's game a little bit more. He was really impressive, not only passing the ball, but I thought his defense on Sensabaugh really set the tone early.
He was really getting after Sensabaugh, and he's a handful. He's a tough cover. He's a big, wide-body kid who's got a big-time mid-range game. He can shoot it off the glass, make threes. But he rebounded. He stole it. He had assists. He scored. He drove it. And just made sure that everybody was settled down out there. When they try to go to 2-3 late, he flashed into the high post, and he's just dropping dimes left and right.
And, Coach, talk about Philip Rebracha once again. Good first half. He undersized in there, but nobody's going to outwork that kid.
Well, he and Patrick were sick for the last 2 days. That's why I didn't put Philip back in. I left Patrick in because I wanted him to get some minutes. He seemed like he was doing okay, but those 2 kids really struggled to practice, hadn't eaten much. So I was trying to get them as much rest as I could, but they both were really good today. I'm really impressed with the toughness that they both showed.
And, Coach, once again, the three-quarter court pressure worked to perfection. Really had them baffled looking. They didn't know what to do once they got across half court. Again, another nice job in the press.
And as you know, Bobby, less time you have to guard there. They run a lot of stuff. Chris runs good stuff. We got a couple steals out of it, got a little bit sideways. It takes away some of the difficult action, and then they start driving it. Now they got a ton of drivers, so they're tough to keep in front. But, the press was really good. Last time we lost to them up there, we had 14 turns. This time they had 14 turns.
And Tony Perkins, 24 points, 11 out of 16. He was in the attack mode all night long.
Tony was spectacular tonight. I want to tell you. It seemed like he was making everything. He was the big-time offensive rebound putback, the one time. He was really physical. He was aggressive. He did it at both ends, and he sustained it. He played 36 minutes. And wasn't tired at all.
And, Coach, crowd tonight, it was a crazy day out there with a ton of snow in the area, and yet they came at her, saw a lot of little kids out here having fun with their families, and I thought it was loud in there at times, and really appreciated the way you guys hustled around.
I think all of us got up this morning and figured, okay, there might be 300 people at this game. We were expecting 3 to 5 inches. We got a foot. You don't blame people if they stay home, but they showed up. The students showed up. Our fans showed up. And like you said, they were noisy, and they reacted to our runs and really helped us. Really impressive showing by the Hawk fans, and we really appreciate it.
And, Coach, as we move forward Sunday, a game against one of the hottest teams in the Big Ten, Northwestern. We've seen them recently here, and Chris Collins doing a great job. Your thoughts on Northwestern?
mean, what a week they had. I mean, unbelievable game last night. I watched it. The Purdue game, he beat the #1 team. Guard play is tremendous. You know, the veteran guards, Bowie and Ondige, their bigs have been really solid. Really an amazing job by Chris Collins when you think about it. Probably going to be the coach of the year in our league. I mean, came into the season, nobody expected anything because 2 big kids left. He just plugged 2 other big kids and let the guards go, and he's getting great play off the bench from Barnhizer. They're really defending. You know, they're hard to score on. So we're going to have to go down there and play really well. It's going to be a sellout crowd. But as you know, every time we go to Chicago, there are a lot of Hawk fans in that building. So we'll hear some "Let's Go Hawks" cheers. I know that.
Well, Coach, terrific job here tonight, and congratulations on this victory, and we'll get caught up on Sunday.
Thanks, Bobby.
Fran McCaffrey with our Bobby Hansen, courtesy of John Deere and your Iowa John Deere dealers, like KC Nielsen, your premier John Deere dealer with 11 locations in northern Iowa, offering parts, sales, and service on John Deere large ag equipment, lawn and garden, and commercial worksite products. KC Nielsen Limited has been family owned and operated since 1946. Learn more at kcnielsen.com. Iowa's 47 first-half points was the most given up in a half by Ohio State this year. So you can see how well-oiled that Hawkeye attack was tonight in both halves. And all orchestrated, the architect, of course, is Coach Fran McCaffrey, who now has won 124 Big Ten games in his almost 13 years on the bench, just 2 behind Tom Davis, the all-time leader, with 126. And let's hope for 125 on Sunday. I wouldn't bother Tom Davis one bit. Tom Davis spent 13 total years here at Iowa, so they're both on par. Very, very even in their talents, and both run similar styles at up and down the floor, and both were successful while they were heading up the Hawkeye program. So the Hawkeyes get out of town with a 92-75 win over Northwestern, and now head back out on the road Sunday night at Northwestern. That's a 5:30 late afternoon tip, 4:30 for the pregame show here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. More about that in just a minute. We'll come back and replay some of the glowing moments of tonight's Hawkeye victory, their 17th of the year. After this is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly Med Farm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Iowa Hawkeye basketball on 1040 WHO is brought to you by Case IH, West Bend Mutual, Better Business Bureau, Lennox Heating and Cooling, American Equity, Burger Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hawkeyes win their 13th home game of the year. Iowa now 13-2. And the Hawks are 7-0 when scoring 90 points or more. Not a shocking revelation there. We'll hear some of the highlights of tonight's game in a minute, but thanks to United Healthcare for teaming up with Hawkeye Athletics this season in support and celebration of small businesses in the state of Iowa. Is your small business ready for a big promotion? Enter today at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Highlights. Well, there were plenty in both halves, but let's go back to the first half. Aaron Eulis, who had a solid performance again tonight, got the Hawks out of the gate with a long three-point goal that gave Iowa its first lead. Eulis gives Iowa the lead back off a nice screen. High post right, knocked down the 17-footer. Philip Rebraca, you heard Coach McCaffrey say that he was battling the flu the last couple days, and that's primarily why he didn't play 17 minutes, or only 17 minutes. He got in early foul trouble and didn't play much after that as he went to the bench and obviously needed the rest. But when he was in there, he was effective. Right wing, inside to Rebraca. Low block, jump hook, good. Curled it in. Well, he's really gotten good at that jump shot, that jump hook, hasn't he? He sure has. 5 of 7 from the field, a total of 10 points for Rebraca. Of course, Aaron Eulis with that basket that gave Iowa a 4-3 lead. The Hawkeyes pulled away from there. Eulis ends up with a 12-point, 1-assist night on 4 of 7 shooting. Hawks led 6-3. A moment later, after a stop, Chris Murray gave the Hawks a 5-point advantage. Thornton back for the Buckeyes. One freshman to another, throws it away. Deflected pass. Murray for the slam down at the other end. One of 14 turnovers by Ohio State. The Hawkeyes turned those 14 turnovers into 16 points, had 12 more points off turnovers, and for a third game in a row, the Hawks were +7 in turnovers. That put Iowa up 8-3, 3 minutes into the game. A moment later, Eulis reins in a three-pointer. Trying to get him going early. Here's Eulis. Step back three. Good. Around a screen by Murray. Little slip screen. Aaron danced backwards by one step. He wouldn't do that last year. He's doing it this year. And 5 minutes into the game, the Hawks led by 6, 13-7. Tony Perkins got a layup after a Buckeye score. It was 15-10. Ohio State scored. Then the Hawks scored. Rebraca with a layup, and a moment later, Rebraca gave Iowa its biggest early lead. Instead, he gets it right back to Rebraca. Step back jumper, in and out and back in. Oh, the home court roll. And the Buckeyes called timeout there with 13 minutes to go in the first half, in Iowa up by its widest margin to that point, 7 at 19-12. And the timeout was well timed by Coach Holtman as the Buckeyes came out and went on an 8-0 run to take a 21-20 lead. Perkins' layup put Iowa back in front. Then Rebraca hit a jump shot with 11.5 to go in the period. Here's a pitch left of the lane for Rebraca. Weak side, drives into the paint, shot fake, up and good. Great shot fake. Got the freshman Akpara to leave his feet, and it was all over. That was a critical basket. Iowa up 1 with 11:38 to play in the half. This started a 12-2 Hawkeye run as the threes started to fall, beginning with Peyton Sanford. Peyton for a three, good in transition. Rebraca knew to give it right back to him, and Iowa's lead is 4 now, 26-22. Later, Peyton, after a Buckeye score, Peyton got a 2-point layup, the assist from Patrick McCaffrey. The Hawks were back up 4, 28-24. The lead had shrunk to 32-31 with 5 minutes and 47 seconds left to go in the first half. 32-31 Iowa, and then the Hawks went off on a run, raining threes. Shot fake. Connor gets in the lane to Perkins. He's open for 3 on the wing, and it goes down. Rainbow 3 for Tony Perkins. Chris Murray with the catch. Drives around Likely. They're double teaming Chris every time. Connor tries a 3. Good. Finally got one to fall. Connor McCaffrey puts Iowa back in front. 38-36. Chris Murray leads the charge down the floor. Sanford for 3 in transition. Yes, sir. Minute 40 to go first half, and the Hawks jettison out front by 5. Gets it to Connor McCaffrey. Hawks have a new look. How about Murray for 3? Bingo! 1:06 to go. Perkins for Connor McCaffrey. Wants to get it to Chris Murray. Now to Tony. He'll rainbow another 3 up there. Good again. Back-to-back trays for the percolator. Hawks up 11, 47-36. 5 triples in the final 2.5, 3 minutes outside of Perkins, one with 4:40 to go in the half. But in the final 2.5, the Hawks reined in 4 additional threes, 5 threes total, which sparked a 15-3 run over the last 4+ minutes. And Iowa went from 1 up to 11 up, 47-36 over the Buckeyes. The Hawks came out and left no doubt they were not going to give this lead up in the second half. Ulis comes up with a steal off the poke away by Connor McCaffrey. Ulis scores at the other end. Took it all the way in deep, Bobby. Looked for some teammates that were open. Nobody's open. So, okay, I'll take it. 3-point goals at the end of the first half and drive it to the rack. Take it right down the middle of the paint in the second half. Ulis with that jumper. Ulis got another jumper plus an and one. Tony Perkins hit a short jumper from 5 feet away. Rebracha a layup. Chris Murray threw in a 3 for good measure. The Hawks stretched the lead to 63-47. 5 minutes deep into the second half. Got a stop, and then this happened. Connor doing it in the defensive end again. Here's Perkins, gets to the lane, throws up a shot. This one went down. Much better the conventional way.
18 now for TP.
Tony Perkins' 18th point put Iowa up 18, 65-47. That was in the throes of another 7-0 Iowa run. They would put together a 12-2 blitz on the Buckeyes at the midway point of the second half. Ultimately led by 28 with 5.5 minutes to go and cruise to a 92-75 victory. Those are some of the highlights on tonight's Hawkeye victory, and we're back to wrap up the U.S. Cellular postgame show in just a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Hawkeye fans, join Rob Brooks and Lisa Bluter each week from 6 to 7 for Hawk Talk at Bumps Restaurant, presented by Oak Knoll. View the season schedule at HawkeyeSports.com.
Let's take one final look at the U.S. Bank's scoreboard before we say goodnight. Of course, the Hawks wallop Ohio State 92-75 here at Carver, Iowa now. 17-9 overall on the season. Other scores, if you missed it earlier, the early game tonight in the Big Ten, number 3 Purdue traveled to Maryland, and Maryland with a big finish in the final 5 minutes pulled away to win over the Boilermakers 68-54. It's back-to-back losses for third-ranked Purdue when you add in Northwestern the other night and Maryland tonight. Purdue still in first place with a 12-4 mark. Northwestern just one game back at 10-5. How big is that Iowa Northwestern game going to be on Sunday afternoon and evening over at Welsh Ryan Arena? Other finals in college basketball, 8th-ranked Arizona stomped past Utah 81-56. Number 2 Houston defeated SMU 80-65. Let's see, Gonzaga with a big lead on Louisiana Monroe deep into the second half. And 17th ranked St. Mary's held on to beat San Diego 62-59. Many of the games tonight involving ranked teams are out on the West Coast. Hawkeye women beat Wisconsin by 30 last night. Caitlin Clark and company head to Lincoln to take on Nebraska Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock, 12:45 for the pregame show with Rob and Jamie here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. And the number 2 Iowa wrestlers host John Smith and 6th ranked Oklahoma State Sunday afternoon. They'll go to the mat at 3:30 here at Carver. The duel can be heard on KXIC, our Iowa City affiliate at AM 800, and the official Hawkeye YouTube channel. Stephen Grace and Mark Ironside do a great job on that call, as they always do. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update, and we'll come back after one more break and say goodnight here on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
When it comes to great sounding deals, sometimes the only thing you can trust is that there's something they're not telling you. So when we tell you that at US Cellular you can choose from any unlimited evolved plan and get $700 off any phone with no hidden requirements and no trade-in needed, you're probably thinking, yeah, right. But in this case, that actually is right. Because at US Cellular, you actually can trust that we mean what we say. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
So when you get up tomorrow morning, you're going to find the Iowa Hawkeyes in a tie for third place in the Big Ten. The Hawks, Maryland, and Indiana, all 9-6. Purdue is 12-4. Northwestern 10-5. That's your top five. Battling right now with the inside run to a double bye. The top four teams at the end of the season get double byes through to Friday in the quarterfinal round at the Big Ten tournament. But so much more to be decided between now and then. The final score again, the Hawks beat Ohio State 92-75. Iowa now 17-9 on the season. Thanks so much for joining us this evening. We'll talk Sunday afternoon from Evanston at Welsh Ryan Arena. That place should be hopping given the way the Wildcats are playing. Iowa got them good here at Carver a few weeks ago. Northwestern will be looking for payback, but we think the Hawks are up to the challenge. We'll greet you at 4:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network with our pregame coverage. Tip-off at 5:30 Sunday afternoon, Iowa at Northwestern. Until then, for Bobby Hansen, for our engineer-producer Corey Sheets, I'm Gary Dolphin. Go Hawks. You've been listening to Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
You've been listening to the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show, brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. And by Case IH. Make every shot count with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. United Healthcare, proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Also brought to you by Shields, right there with you. And by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.